Good afternoon. It is 12:50 and I call this meeting to order. Carrie, can you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho,
Here.
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscata,
Here.
Regent Boylan,
You.
Regent Brager,
Here.
Regent Brooks,
Here.
Regent Brown,
Present.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
Here.
Regent Del Carlo,
Here.
Regent Goodman,
Here.
Regent McMichael,
Here.
Regent Perkins, Regent Tarkanian.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you, Carrie. At this time, I'd like everybody to please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Clark County Fire Department Honor Guard and remain standing for the singing of our national anthem by UNLV student Abigail Hemmings, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Regent McMichael.
Ready? Hold. Center, face. Present, colors. Order, colors. Half step, arch. Ready? Hold. Post. Colors. Center, face. Half step, arch.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket that moves that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Left, face. Hold, arch.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, justice for all. Thank you to our guests and everyone here today. You may be seated. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, and the Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. Now I will move on to agenda item number 1, introductions and campus updates. We'll call on each president. The first one will be CSN, Dr. Z.
Madam Chair, Regents, colleagues, and guests, for the record, I'm Federico Zaragoza, President of the College of Southern Nevada. I thank you for this opportunity to provide you with some CSN highlights and updates for this reporting period. I want to take a few moments just to recognize CSN staff and student representatives that are here to participate in board and committee activities. They are Mr. Pio Rejas, President of the AS-CSN student body, CSN Faculty Senate Chair, Mr. Patrick Villa, Dr. James McCoy, Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Sonia Pearson, Charleston Campus Vice President, and Mr. Orlando Mosqueda, Interim Vice President of Finance and Administration. And thank you, President Kamud, Achiria, and the DRI team for this wonderful hospitality. I also want to thank everyone who participated in our Spring 2024 convocation, and I especially want to extend our appreciation to UPS Assistant Director Jessica Moore for providing our faculty and staff a relevant update on campus security, which is topmost on all of our minds following the UNLV tragedies. Our spring convocation featured former CSN alumni and Clark County Commissioner William McCurdy, who inspired all of us, as well as our annual Employee Service Awards. I'm also pleased to report that our spring headcount enrollment is up 2.7%. But the good news for us is that our FTE enrollment is up an impressive 8.7%. That's the equivalent of 1,400 more full-time students at CSN this spring, compared to the same period last year. And while we're not yet back to pre-COVID enrollment levels, we're optimistic that we're continuing to trend in the right directions. Regents, CSN received a $300,000 Nevada Urban Community Forestry Grant. The grant will allow us to increase green space at our 2 CSN campuses. We will plant 160 trees along roadways and parking lots at the Charleston campus, and 352 trees will be planted on the North Las Vegas campus. We'll also upgrade our sprinkler and irrigation systems on both of these campuses. Plans for our Northwest campus are moving forward. The State Department of Public Works is in the process of selecting the architect of record and general contractor for the design and build of the Center of Excellence in Public Safety. The State Department of Public Works and CSN user committees are ready to engage in the programming and design phase, so much more to come as this project evolves. On the international front, this week we're hosting 2 vice chancellors from Fiji National University. The delegation is here to work with CSN on a U.S. Department of State grant. The grant will explore workforce training and joint degree collaboratives in the areas of tourism, hospitality, health, and the film industry. I'm also pleased to report that 2 of our Nevada Grow partners, Sugar and Spice and the LV Baking, have received Best of Las Vegas awards. These companies are example of how CSN is helping area minority and small businesses to create jobs and to prosper. We're pleased to report that CSN has been awarded a $3 million Business Development Administration grant to collaborate with the Urban Chamber of Commerce and Access Capital to provide incubator and accelerator services to 10,000 minority-owned small businesses over the next 4 years. I would also like to provide a few additional highlights. I would like to report that CSN has hired former U.S. Congressman Ruben Kuhn as our new Executive Director of Government Affairs. Mr. Kuhn is a former CSN student. He will begin his employment at CSN on March 11th. I'm proud to report that CSN students won the most awards of any higher education institution at this year's American Advertising Federation ADDIE Awards. Our student won 9 bronze, 5 silver, and 4 gold awards. So kudos to the department faculty and staff for their exceptional accomplishments. Also kudos to CSN student Diane Martinez, who has been named a 2024 New Century Transfer Pathway Scholar by the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society. She will receive a $2,200 scholarship and will be recognized at the National Awards Ceremony in Louisville, Kentucky. On the athletic front, I'm pleased to report that due to your timely actions on February 22nd, the NJCCA Board of Regents approved the College of Southern Nevada's request to move from Region 18 to Region 1. This approval will allow CSN athletes to be incorporated into the Arizona sports region and will result in shorter commutes for our students to participate in athletic events, and will also generate approximately $60,000 in annual cost savings. And finally, I want to thank everyone who joined us at this year's Martin Luther King Jr. Parade. CSN had a large delegation of participants, including our Black Student Union, our CSN Cheer Squad, our CSN athletes, and the CSN family. We had a wonderful time in honoring Martin Luther King Jr. and in showing off our CSN, our new CSN float, as well as our Coyote spirit. Madam Chair, that constitutes my report.
Thank you, President Zaragoza. President Hilgersom?
Good afternoon, Regents and NSHE colleagues. Eminent congratulations to TMCC Regent Award recipients, including Alexi Bernard, the Sam Lieberman Student Awardee, and our newly tenured faculty. So many great updates since the December meeting, particularly the month of February, the month of Valentine's and love. Just picture lizards leaping over hearts on this fine leap day. Yeah, that's a bit much. TMCC is the only college with the word love in our mission statement because we work hard so that students, quote, create a future they love with accessible, innovative educational opportunities, end quote. Accessibility can be measured in part by enrollments, and enrollments continue to trend upward, 7.2% up from last spring, with a ballpark annual headcount of approximately 10,000 students, a little more than that, so we're very close to pre-pandemic levels as well. Innovations are also bright. A soft launch has begun at the Panasonic Plum Training Center, a great location for TMCC to provide training with our terrific partners at Panasonic, thanks to GoEd for funding assistance. This great project was called out at a well-attended EDON luncheon on February 15th. EDON is another partner who has assisted the work of TMCC in huge ways. The fall 2023 cohort of nursing students had a 100% pass rate on their NCLEX to become RNs. Yay! Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Jody Covert and the faculty, they're amazing. Our emergency management program was awarded a 2-year, $500,000 contract from Dieter for the emergency management for students training in emergency professions. These are students pursuing skills certificates and entry-level pathways like emergency medical technician, certified nurse's aide, sterile processing, fire academy, and more. TMCC Society of Women Engineers affiliate group is growing. Our neighboring University of Nevada, Reno chapter extended a warm welcome to TMCC's pre-engineering students, fostering connections through a meet and greet event. The number of female engineering majors is up, reaching an impressive milestone of 21% female students this spring. In December, TMCC delivered mobile training in advanced manufacturing for a company named New Millennium, and we did so during a snowstorm. The company liked the training so much that they asked us to hold another one at Panasonic's new training facility on Plum Lane in Reno. Our diesel technician program continues to be highly sought after by employers throughout northern Nevada. As examples, Velocity, that's a company, is collaborating with us on drafting a new diesel apprenticeship program. Peterbilt and Silver State are buying boots for our students and have already donated $5,000 to the TMCC Foundation. And Tesla's semi-tractor trailer team is working with us on next steps in our ongoing technician training partnership. 3 of TMCC's theater students, switching more now to transfer and liberal arts, Leila Perales-Riso, Alwyn Pizana, and Lucy Galvez, received the National Playwriting Program Ensemble Award for their excellent performances in the one-act play Side Mirror, the Kennedy Center American College Theater Festival, Region 7. Theater faculty Shay King and Jared Sorensen were thrilled to escort them to the awards, where their performances were critically acclaimed. Our education program under Dr. Julie Kaufman was awarded a Science of Reading paraprofessional training grant through American Rescue Plan dollars that will fund training for 19 paraprofessional educators. But here's the innovative part. This is a part I love. The successful completers will also receive a stipend. Yay. The TMCC Counseling Center attended the American College Counseling Association annual conference where Erin Frock, wonderful, wonderful TMCC advisor, received the Professional Leadership Award for her work to advance mental health initiatives and awareness. Congratulations, Erin. And we hope to grow more leaders like Erin, and thus launched in September of 23 the TMCC Leadership Fellows Program, which is now celebrating the success of all 10 participants who earned certificates after a 7-month deep dive into higher education leadership. The Leadership Fellow programs at TMCC offered participants a chance to learn from distinguished leaders from TMCC, NSHE, the local community. They covered critical leadership topics. I'm so grateful to Tommy Guy, our professional development lead, for creating this wonderful new program. And thanks to the organization Second Nature, I traveled to Dubai City in December to participate in the United Nations COP28 Climate Action Summit. While in the blue zone, there's 2 zones, blue and green, I presented on 3 panels and participated in America's All-In Town Hall. I also met with philanthropic organizations dedicated to making this planet healthier. It was great to represent TMCC, 2-year colleges nationally, and Nevada. In the green zone, I had the chance to see technologies designed to advance a sustainable world through redesigned food production, water systems, and of course, energy production. If the United States wants to lead economically in this new world order, the research at DRI and at our 2 great universities, the transfer preparation at our 4 predominantly 2-year colleges, and the workforce training that we do at the same, will be more important than ever in the history of this great country. Perhaps that is why the Bezos Earth Fund, a new Earth fund from Jeff Bezos, sent 650 students from around the world to COP28 in Dubai, and they paid for everything. Pretty cool, yes? And I had the good fortune of meeting with the new foundation director of that fund. So please stay tuned as I look forward to sharing more. I'm grateful for NSHE's support for TMCC's passion for sustainability, including my attendance at this important international meeting. To some extent, we transform the lives of students by modeling best practices and seeing new futures, some of which have arrived. Our students enjoy advancing our world. Finally, I will close by saying how much I enjoyed attending this year's Legislative Summit and the ACC Conference in DC. Thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for your leadership, and I will not share your thunder by sharing too much now. Suffice it to say that VPFG Mike Pearl and I enjoyed learning from national speakers, meeting with Nevada's fine Congress folk, having quality time with NSHE colleagues. Thanks, Dr. Natalie and VP Clarissa, and CSN students, Diana and Natasha. Together we rocked it. A belated Valentine to you, Regents. Let's give all of our love today to the students that we serve, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hilgerson. President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. So the spring semester at UNLV has been, easy to say, unlike any other we've ever experienced at the university. I want to give a special thanks to our faculty, to our students, and to our university community for all that they've done to be able to try to recover from the incident on December 6th. I also want to give a special shout out to 3 leaders who I believe all are here that are making shared governance real and making the ability to recover much easier because of the coordination and communication that goes back and forth across our various posts. Those people are Nicole Thomas, for the GPSA president, Michaela Franklin, CSUN president, and our faculty senate president, Bill Robinson. I also want to give a special thanks to our peers at NSHE institutions throughout the state and you all as regents and our system leadership for the constant support that you've offered UNLV over the past 3 months. So a primary focus for UNLV this semester has been on our Rebel Recovery Program. This process was developed in consultation with lots of folks, presidents at other institutions that experienced similar tragedies, and with many, many people at UNLV and throughout our community. At its core, Rebel Recovery is driven by the notion that the safety and security and the well-being of our UNLV family is of top priority. I've created a committee on security and safety which interacts with the NSHE committee to review and identify enhancements campus-wide. We are also committed to strengthening a culture of wellness and mental health, that it's okay not to be okay, and to staying in constant or at least frequent communication with our community. Additionally, our Faculty Senate leadership has created a committee to oversee the development of both a temporary and a permanent campus memorial. I've been encouraging them to be very patient because while one would think, you know, creating a memory for somebody would be easy, it's difficult to think about how to capture that. And so they're working very hard, and I think that they're going to come up with some great solutions. You know, we're never going to forget the lives that were lost on December 6th, and we're committed to honoring their memories and doing all that we can to make sure that we come back and build a stronger UNLV. We're doing that in part through continuing something that I started last year, which is an annual mental health town hall for students. This is where we end up talking to them about how they're doing, introduce some coping and wellness skills, and connected students with resources. You know, the path to recovery for everyone is different, and we need to normalize wellness and mental health as something that is okay and is not stigmatized. Now, there's one student-led initiative that's taking this idea to heart, and I'm very, very proud of them. It's a group that's called Project Wellness. This group started last spring by an interdisciplinary group of students who saw a need for students to simply be there for one another. It has quickly grown into one of our largest student organizations on the entire campus. Even the Northwest NWCCU, our accreditor, actually have noticed them and will be meeting with them this month to learn more about the work that they're doing because they think it needs to be done across the region. I wish I had more time to share additional updates on Rebel Recovery, but we've captured those events, activities, and updates and gratitude messages on our UNLV Strong website. You can go there to find all that information. I don't want to be a bad guest of our generous DRI host, but I want to beat him to the punch and mention that there's a great opportunity that we're having. It's about research and innovation partnerships, and we're doing that with the DRI and ASU, and is it? What's that? And the University of Utah. See, I should have left it to him. He remembers all of it. You know, this is a fantastic opportunity to do something and participate in one of the first of its kind, but a regional innovation engine program. And it's supported by the National Science Foundation. If successful, it could infuse $160 million of federal research dollars into our region. Big problems require big solutions, and will collaboratively tackle the region's most pressing issues, which of course are things like water and energy and related climate changes, by translating high-impact research into tangible innovations. The stakes are high, but this partnership allows the best and the brightest academic minds to apply their collective skills and creatively find ways to secure a sustainable future. Last Friday, we formally unveiled UNLV's newest academic building, the Advanced Engineering Building. I was glad to see several of you there. Thank you. The Advanced Engineering Building is a much-needed addition to what we like to call the campus's innovation corridor, and I'm grateful to the many people who had a role in making that remarkable building come to a reality. I can't overstate the impact that engineering and computer science have for us here in Nevada, and the importance of these disciplines will play an important role in job growth and economic diversification. Engineering, as you all well know, remains one of our most in-demand fields for students, and this accelerates our ability at UNLV to expand programs and to advance research. I want to end my report by sharing some very positive enrollment numbers. This spring, UNLV welcomed its highest spring enrollment class in history. Now, it took you long enough. I mean, you're sitting next to me. I should have given you an elbow. I think given what we've been through, that's what is even more amazing to me. And I think that it shows kind of, you know, the Silver State, Nevada spirit in grit in the face of tragedy. The spring enrollments are, you know, typically lower than fall enrollments. You can think about that because of graduation and then, too, students that can't come back. We took a very close look at some of the things that occasionally hold students back, trying to figure out ways to maybe time fees that might hit at one that it really advantages the students. That, in addition to an investment that we made in Rebel Reset? Rebel Ready. I can't remember all of our Rebel statements, but you're going to hear about that a little bit later as we talk about, at this meeting, as we talk about student success. But I think that that's another piece that better prepared our students to be able to get ready for that spring semester. This number, which for the spring, it's more than 29,000 students are enrolled. This is an increase of about 5% in FTE over last year, and about 95% of students were retained from fall to spring. It really does impress me, warms my heart, makes me very excited given all that we've been through as a university. And just truly notes that we're focused as ever, if not more, on our students and their success. I'm very proud of our admissions team, our financial folks, the registrar's office, the provost teams, and all those who worked so hard to make our university the best that it can be. And with that, Chair, I end my report.
Thank you. President Dalby.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to get us back on track with the time, but hey, today's the leap day. We have all the time and we have all day, don't we? That means you should, I think that means you all get an extra per diem. So first I want to say some kudos and congratulations. I want to congratulate in advance Robert Szyminski, nursing instructor, and Nigel Harrison, construction management, who will be up for tenure at this meeting. I also want to say congratulations to Nikki Gladys, our Executive Director of Advancement, who will be honored by the Carson City Chamber of Commerce as a Woman of Achievement next week, March 8th. And a special congrats to Susanna Stankute, ASWN President, for being selected the Sam Lieberman Regents Award for Student Scholarship at WNC. She's behind me, right? Okay, good, okay. Thank you for that kind applause. I know at some day she will be, if it is her option, she will be sitting at this table up front here. All of her kudos are already off and running. I also want to thank her for this knitted plant, which is one of the things that she actually made. It was a gift. It's one of the few things I can have that I can probably keep alive. It is a gift from her and the Nevada Student Alliance. I appreciate their work. They're thanking me, but I want to thank them because they bring their concerns to all of us who are up on this front row, and this includes the resolution that's being distributed about safety. So thank you all students in the back over here. Thank you guys for making your concerns known and so that we can work on things. This next line here that I've written, I could have a lot of people run up here. I want to ask, is there a doctor in the room? And of course, probably in higher ed there is. I would like to say congrats to WNC's very own Jeff Downs, who first and foremost is on our roster a professor, a regent, now a vice chair, but he did need one more title, so he has officially finished his doctorate program and is now Dr. Downs. WNC is happy to provide a new business card with extra length title space. I'm pleased to have been selected to serve as a board member on the Rural Community College Alliance, a national organization that works to support access and success for rural communities for which WNC represents, to access higher education. And in the spirit of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, WNC hosted the Nevada State CIO Summit titled AI Technologies in Government. More than 100 attendees were on the Carson City campus from around the state. This event is scheduled to be held annually. WNC has received $275,000 from the William N. Pennington Foundation and a $20,000 grant from NV Energy to create a career center on our Carson campus. We will renovate the old bookstore into the Hub, a community career and employee services space. At our Fallon campus in Churchill County, aviation program is expanding and will be taking off soon, as well as more HVAC programs to help maintain the climate in the oasis of Nevada. We are building a new partnership with Naval Air Station Fallon and plan to have classes at the base this fall. Continuing education at WNC is getting a rebirth, and new courses are being offered, including an Alphorn class, which if you don't know what an Alphorn is, we are probably going to try to provide a sample at the September meeting. Think of the Ricola cough drop ads where the big horn-looking thing. Okay, I'm not going to sing for you, but I actually over-enrolled that class on the non-credit side, so it's off and running. Headcount, enrollment, fall, we were up 17.2%, the highest number of enrollments in 12 years. And this spring, which we normally see a dip from fall to spring, we are not seeing that much of a dip. We are up 11% over last spring, and we are still counting dual enrollment students. To speak about high school students, there are 300 of them on campus today and tomorrow touring, which is why I'm here, not there, because they overtake the campus. As much as I like to greet them, they do not laugh at my dad jokes. Our faculty continue to work to support students. I'm very proud on the things that we can do to help on the financial side. More than 39% of our courses use free open educational resources, while another 21% use course materials that cost $40 or less. And finally, I know I'm over time, but I'm going to take one little brief moment of personal privilege. Although I do continue to plan my dad jokes, I will have to start working on my grandpa jokes because my oldest son, Robert, as many of you have heard, who is a lieutenant in the United States Navy stationed in Japan, and his wife, Jaylyn, welcomed not one, but two, Sierra Lynn and Emma Lane Dalpy, to the family as my first two grandchildren. And so I am looking at a whole new venture in my life. So that is my updates all around. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dalby. I'll next go to President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Regents, Chancellor, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. First, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to President Acharya for his hospitality and probably one of the best views in Nevada from up here. But again, it's great to be here at DRI. I'd also like to acknowledge my friend and leader of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and the just unimaginable, sad, and senseless tragedy that occurred at the university on December 6, 2023. UNLV is our partner, and we want to provide you and provide everyone at UNLV with the full support that we have. And President Whitfield and I have this hashtag Better Together. And I do want to call out our campus because we had a day where everybody wore scarlet and in support of the students, faculty, and staff at UNLV. But I just wanted to say that we got your back and we're with you all the way, Mr. President. I also would like to acknowledge our tenure recipients, as well as our Regents Award recipients. We're really proud of our faculty, staff, and students. We're also welcoming on our campus a new Dean of the School of Journalism, Dr. Ji Yoon, who started his appointment earlier this month after a nationwide search, and I can't wait for all of you to meet him. He's an extraordinary individual and brings a stellar record to the position. I think it's really important to acknowledge Dean Al Stavitsky for his service to the university. He truly is a legend, and the good part of that is he's going to continue to teach classes, and one of those is going to be a freshman level journalism class, and they're going to be really fortunate to have his instruction. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank ASUN President Boris Carpio Guerra for his service as ASUN President, and with us today is President Matthew Hahn, who is attending his last meeting as GSA President. I don't think he's a stranger to any of you, and it's been a privilege and honor to work with you, Matthew, so thank you for your leadership. And again, just kind of lightning round, Madam Chair, you recall that we had the sesquicentennial license plates approved, and you're starting to see them out in the wild, but we received our first check from the DMV was over $10,000 that will go to PAC provisions. So we're really pleased about that. With regard to federal updates, I'm proud to share that the University of Nevada, Reno has been designated as one of 31 tech and innovation hubs nationwide by the Biden administration, giving our campus a network of 60-plus public-private partners an opportunity to receive up to $75 million in federal funding. And just real quick in way of background, the Tech Hubs program, which was created as part of the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022, invests directly in regions with the assets, resources, capacity, and potential to transform into globally competitive innovation centers. The Nevada Tech Hub focuses on workforce development through lithium extraction, processing, and education in all 17 counties of our state. And just by way of explaining, there were close to 500 applications nationwide, and we were one of 31 that was selected. We just pushed the button today. There's a phase 2 application, and of those 31, 7 will be selected for that $75 million grant. So we hope to hear about that in the very near future. And speaking to research happening at our institution, I'm proud to share that the university has hit our highest research expenditures ever during FY 2023, reaching $188,505,000. So again, great for our research faculty and staff involved with regard to that. Our graduate school, really exciting statistics associated with that. We have recently increased the number of its doctoral programs to 59. We also have 85 master's programs. Both are the largest number of graduate programs that have ever existed at our university. We have a record number of current doctoral students, 1,149. During the last academic year, we awarded a record number of graduate degrees, about 190 doctoral degrees, an increase of 30 compared to prior years, and a record 1,085 master's degrees, which were 150 more than the year before. And for the fall of 24, we have the largest number of international applications that we've ever had for our graduate programs, and that's about 1,100. And just if you're curious, they come from Bangladesh, Ghana, Iran, India, and Nigeria. So I thought that was pretty interesting. With regard to our nursing school, and this is information that Dean Duncan recently provided to me on our national certification for licensure pass rates, the Orvis School of Nursing ranks #1 of all BSN programs across the country. So that was really good news. Yeah. And just closing real quick, Madam Chair, I want to thank all the regents that were able to attend our diversity summit. We had over 700 people register, 113 presenters, 56 volunteers, and I want to thank my colleague, President Hilgersom. Some of those came from TMCC, so that was a great help. In closing, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Regents, for the opportunity to serve. We're grateful for the service of our faculty, staff, and the performance of our students. Thank you. Go PAC.
Thank you, President Sandoval. President Pollard.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, to the board, and delighted to offer a few comments on behalf of Nevada State University. I'd like to start by welcoming to the Nevada State University family Dr. Gloria Walker, who was recently appointed to serve as the Vice President of Business Operations and Finance. An expert in finance and campus development, Dr. Walker brings a depth and breadth of experience to lead the fiscal and operational functions of the institution. Prior to her appointment, she served in a variety of senior and executive level positions, including Vice President for Finance and Administration and Chief Financial Officer at Florida A&M University, Vice President for Business Affairs and CFO at the University of New Orleans, and Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at Texas Southern University, among others. She holds a Doctorate of Education degree from Northeastern University with a focus in higher education administration. She also earned a Bachelor of Business Administration and Accounting from the University of Houston and a Master's of Business Administration and Finance from the University of St. Thomas. We are very lucky and feel quite fortunate to have her join us at Nevada State and look forward to her applying her expertise and guidance to our growing organization. Dr. Walker, can you please stand so folks can see who you are? I am also joining my colleagues as well in being excited that the board will be taking action a little bit later, hopefully, on the recommendations from the NARSA Committee on tenure and promotion. There are three accomplished faculty from Nevada State. As we continue to grow and mature as an organization, it is important for us that we look at increasing tenure density at our institution. Also, congratulations to our Sam Lieberman Student Scholarship winner and obviously our emerging scholars as well. Delighted to have and congratulate them to be a permanent part of the Nevada State community and history. As we kick off the spring semester, I was fortunate to have a dedicated two-day retreat with my executive team here locally. As we continue our journey of becoming, I'm going to continue to depend on this team to work with our colleagues and students to make Nevada State University one of the next great state universities in this country. We do that in particular by seeing that our enrollment continues to grow, and I'm pleased to say that we're maintaining enrollment after several years of steady increase. In fact, enrollment is up about 2% compared to this point last spring, and interestingly, it is reflective of who our mission is as an institution. Nearly 60% of our non-dual enrolled students are first-generation students, 79% are female, and 65% are Pell recipients. That tells you a lot about who we are at Nevada State and how we consistently make our student body reflective of not only the community that we serve, but Nevada is as it is now. Moving on to development of our organization, many of you have heard about me talking about our work in organizational maturity. To that point, I recently appointed a governance task force that I've charged with developing a shared governance policy that includes a framework for defined roles and responsibilities and participation that protects the culture of our institution. Over the last several months, this task force has been grappling with what a solid, modern, and relevant institutional governance structure would look like, with the intent of providing me with a report by the end of this calendar year. In addition, our policy development team has developed and convened to craft a new university policy framework, which is being vetted within the institution, including a policy on how policies are developed, vetted, and advanced as well. We continue again to be excited about this work as we grapple with what it means to be a university and how it looks, what Nevada State University should look like in the future. A few other points. On February 10th, I had the unique opportunity to join several of my fellow NSHE presidents at a roundtable as a part of the Locate Las Vegas, a new initiative developed by the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance to convince corporate leaders to move their headquarters from other states and countries to Southern Nevada. Facilitated by our chancellor, we were able to talk about our successes in several areas, including for us, nursing, data science, and workforce development, as well as highlighting our current strong partnering with local businesses to tailor our workforce development programs to their need. In addition to that, right during that same week and prior to the Super Bowl, I was honored to join Dr. Whitfield to participate in the NFL's Social Justice Town Hall, a community-driven discussion with diverse leaders on breaking down barriers and inequality. It was a wonderful opportunity, and I'm very pleased that the NFL continues to use their platform for these national issues. Finally, let me just speak to two issues that you'll be hearing more from me about. One is going to be a pivotal role in our growth and development at Nevada State regarding athletics. Over the past year, Nevada State has been actively engaging our students, prospective students and their families, alumni, faculty, staff, and other community stakeholders in exploratory conversations regarding the creation of an athletics program at our institution, bringing sports like women's flag football and men's track and field to our institution and a non-NCAA division institution. As you know, collegiate athletics has been shown to not only enhance student health and wellness and overall student experience, but it also provides helpful exposure to boost enrollment, alumni engagement, and revenue generation. I look forward to, in the coming months, hopefully at your June meeting, to provide an informational update to the board as to where we are in exploring this and seek your feedback as we shape a conceptual model of this program. And then last Monday, or actually, was it Monday? It feels longer than that. I was able to present with the Ad Hoc Committee on Higher Education Funding with my colleagues here. I really celebrate the chair asking the college presidents to come in and share our perspectives on this. Every NSHE institution, from our community colleges to our R1s and certainly to our state university, serve a critical purpose in our state, and it's time that we have a funding formula that better reflects the needs of all students within the state. I look forward to providing more specific recommendations as we have been asked to do, and I'd like to end my report by thanking our DRI colleagues for their hospitality and also their very informational slide deck. I go between very excited and scared at the same time as I look at the ways in which we are impacting the world, and thank DRI for making sure that things are getting better for us along the way. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. President Helens.
Good afternoon, Regents. I'm Joyce Helens, president of Great Basin College, at least for a few more months. As you know, I will be retiring at the end of June. And at the end of June, that will conclude 50 years of being in higher education leadership. It's hard to believe my first presidency was 30 years ago, so time flies when you're having fun. So my focus now is on facilitating a seamless transition and being a mentor as Dr. Amber Donnelly becomes the interim president July 1. I've involved Dr. Donnelly in all aspects of GBC activities, such as our recent visits by Governor Lombardo and Lieutenant Governor Stavros. And as we will continue, we will create the well-lit path for all students and to work on sustaining the legacy of higher education in Greater Nevada. To this end, we've launched a new GBC application app so prospective students can enroll right on their phones, and we've also eliminated the application fee. The teacher education program has launched a successful paraprofessional certificate, and it has doubled enrollment in both the elementary and secondary programs. SB 375 gave us an opportunity to add faculty and increase the output of our nursing program, as we offer that program at all of our rural sites. And of course, we are still number one with 100% pass rate, and we welcome TMCC into that club. We have new partnerships with federal, private, and state funders, and we've enabled GBC to add new health sciences programs that will positively impact healthcare in northern Nevada. Our new welding lab expansion is nearing completion, and we will admit students, or Amber will admit students in the fall, and we'll be able to double enrollment in this critical technical field pipeline. Lastly, I'd like to thank the GBC Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society students for nominating me for the prestigious National Shirley Gordon Award. It was a surprise to me. They recognized my commitment to student success, so I will be joining them and their amazing faculty advisor, Professor Lynette McFarland, to accept the award at a national conference in April. And just a few hours ago, I received a notification that a Phi Theta Kappa student, Sarah Cruz, has been selected as a 2024 New Century Workforce Pathway Scholar. The scholarship program is sponsored by Coca-Cola Foundation, and out of 2,200 applicants, Sarah received the highest score in Nevada. So she's going to receive the scholarship and be recognized at the ACCT Leadership Congress in October, and I know that Regent Del Carlo, who's on the board, will be there to welcome her, although I will not. And that concludes. Thank you.
Thank you, President Helens. Next, I'll go to President Acharya. And President, after you're done giving your remarks, you're welcome to introduce your presenters.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Kumud Acharya, President of DRI. It's our honor to host the quarterly Board of Regents meeting, and I'd like to welcome you all here. I want to thank the NC and DRI team who have worked diligently to ensure a successful event. Recently, we've had several opportunities across Nevada to share some of the innovative work that our scientists do to benefit the state. I presented to the Washoe County Commission and the Joint Interim Natural Resources Committee in January. We've also conducted numerous Reno and Las Vegas campus tours for elected officials, stakeholders, and donors. On March 12th, I'll join the leadership of Nature Conservancy in speaking at the International Women's Forum luncheon. We kicked off the 2024 season of our adult lecture series, Science Distilled, in Reno and the DRI Science at the Springs in Las Vegas, with the story of the future, which focus on the power of models and forecasting in keeping the public informed about critical environmental concerns. Special thank you to Chair Carvalho, Richard Perkins, Del Carlo, McMichael for attending our various science events in the past. I'm not going to repeat the Innovation Engines Award that we recently received because President Whitfield stole my thunder. Nonetheless, I'm very, very excited. I'm very, very excited about the award and looking forward to making a difference for our Southwest region on water security, carbon capture, and clean energy. A few research highlights. DRI's Dr. Justin Huntington co-authored a new study published in the Nature Journal, Communications, Earth, and Environmental, regarding the impacts of irrigation and climate change on western watersheds. This groundbreaking study could reshape our understanding and management of water resources in the western United States. An international team of scientists led by DRI's famous Dr. Joe McConnell, with collaborators in Norway, Austria, and Germany, found evidence of southern hemisphere heavy metal pollution preserved in Antarctic ice cores from early Andean cultures and Spanish colonial mining that predates the Industrial Revolution by centuries. The study was published in the Science of the Rural Environment and is the first time scientists have assessed human impacts on lead pollution in Antarctica as far back as 2,000 years ago. DRI's Dr. Ann Higley is partnering with the U.S. National Weather Service to understand flood risk from rain and snow storms in real time, protecting communities and enabling water conservation throughout Nevada and California. The tools Dr. Higley has developed will help the National Weather Service in Reno and the California-Nevada River Forecast Center quickly visualize near real-time data to highlight areas where rain is likely moving throughout the snowpack. That completes my campus update, but I'd like to introduce our faculty and student presenters. The first, Laura O'Neill, our faculty, is an associate research and architectural historian at DRI. She and her team of archaeologists and historians manage the Cultural Resources Management Program for the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, Nevada Field Office. Ms. O'Neill will share highlights of this program and the importance of documenting and preserving Nevada's cultural resources. Immediately after that, Tajinder Singh, our student, is a graduate research assistant at DRI in Dr. Henry Sun's lab. He is in the Biological Sciences graduate program at UNLV. Mr. Singh's research areas include microbial ecology, astrobiology, life in extreme environments, and desert ecology. Today, Mr. Singh will share a fascinating presentation titled, "How Could the Surface of Ancient Earth Be Irradiated by Germicidal UVC and Harbor Microbial Life?" With that, I'd like to welcome Ms. Laura O'Neill to the podium.
Good afternoon. Slide this out of my way here. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored and grateful for the opportunity today to share a little bit about my program and about my incredible staff. As President Acharya mentioned, I'm Laura O'Neill, an associate research faculty member here at DRI, and I manage the Cultural Resources Management Program for the Nevada National Security Site, historically known as the Nevada Test Site. We work under contract with the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, Nevada Field Office, and yes, it's quite a mouthful. The NNSS is well known as the primary location for U.S. nuclear testing during the Cold War. When most people hear of it, they think of mushroom clouds and craters, like the craters shown in the top center photograph of my presentation here. On more than one occasion, someone has remarked to me that they thought the NNSS was just a barren wasteland. But it is, in fact, still an active government facility, and there are, in fact, thousands of important historical and cultural resources from various periods of human history and prehistory within its bounds. My cultural resource staff consists of a multidisciplinary team of 5 archaeologists, 2 architectural historians, of which I am one, a records manager, and an archivist. We often also have 1 or 2 graduate assistants on staff, and will likely be looking to hire this fall, so please spread the word. My team's mission is to provide subject matter expertise regarding compliance with federal cultural resource laws, Department of Energy orders, and executive orders. The main laws under which we operate include the National Historic Preservation Act and the Archaeological Resources Protection Act. As I mentioned previously, there are many, many layers of history on the NNSS. The prehistoric archaeological record dates back 13,000 years, and the historic context stretches forward to the end of nuclear testing in 1992. Examples of resources we encounter during our work on the NNSS include places and constructions related to American Indian tribes, such as rock shelters, brush structures, petroglyphs, geoglyphs, and lithic scatters. Resources related to ranching and mining activities in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, such as mine retorts, cabins, rock cairns, tools and equipment, as well as historic trash scatters. And of course, built environment resources from the nuclear testing period during the Cold War. These include things such as buildings, infrastructure systems, transportation systems, testing equipment, and remnants of specific testing-related experiments. Throughout my presentation, you are seeing photographs of many of these examples. So what exactly does my team actually do on a day-to-day basis? Well, we do a lot of field work, and we do a lot of documentation. We complete pedestrian inventories and building surveys, document our findings in reports, and evaluate resources for potential listing in the National Register of Historic Places. We analyze the impact of proposed NNSS projects on cultural resources, and when necessary, we complete resource-specific mitigation to minimize or eliminate those adverse effects. But that's not all. We also curate a collection of over 450,000 artifacts collected from within the NNSS between the 1970s and early 2000s. We work on agreement documents related to cultural resource laws, provide advice to our federal sponsor regarding high-level regulatory and stewardship decisions, and we also assist our federal sponsor with the American Indian Consultation Program. But once again, that's not all. My staff possesses expertise in numerous additional areas of cultural resource management, archaeology, and historic preservation, just a few of which I have listed here. You will often find my staff speaking at educational events, such as those put on by Nevadans for Cultural Preservation, the Society of Architectural Historians, and other local, state, and regional events about the work we do both on and off the NNSS. I am very proud of each member of my staff and the work that we do together to document and preserve cultural resources here in Nevada and beyond. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to share about my program today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tajinder Singh. I'm originally from India, in case you cannot tell. So I'm a graduate student at UNLV, and I'm doing my thesis research at Desert Research Institute, Las Vegas. So my advisor, Dr. Sun, and I have been trying to answer this question. How could you have life and something that kills life at same place, at same time, on the same planet? Let me just elaborate. Let's rewind the clock to 3 billion years back. We arrived at early Earth, way before animal or plant life appeared on the scene. The only creatures that you will find are just microscopic bacteria. So some of these bacteria learned to use sunlight as source of energy and started growing on these structures called stromatolites. Now here is the problem. Because at that time there was no oxygen in the atmosphere. Without oxygen, you cannot have ozone layer in the upper atmosphere, which is what protects us today from the harmful ultraviolet radiation, also called UVC. So how deadly is UVC? Like, this is what doctors use in surgical rooms to disinfect. So in other words, it kills life. So if you're still wondering how deadly it is, so I took the most resistant bacterium on earth. This bacterium holds Guinness record for toughness. It did not even last 30 seconds under my UVC. So the same result in graphical form, because we scientists like graphs. And also it will show you, like, when we start with 100% cells, by 30 seconds, there are 0 cells. Now the question is, how did cyanobacteria survive under those conditions? So, well, if we had a time machine, we could go back on Earth, right? Or we could ask the modern cyanobacteria, their descendants. Today, thanks to the ozone, we do not see UVC, but we still see its cousin UVA, which is not bad, like it won't kill you, but still give you sunburn. So we can ask the modern cyanobacteria, what would you do if you encounter the UVA? Will you be able to shield from UVC as well? So it turns out if you live in desert like Mojave, you do not have to go very far to find the answer to this question. If you drive just south on I-15 for 2 hours, the barren soil looks black. So this black color, just like my skin that I have more than you, melanin, is a protective layer that kind of protects the cyanobacteria. If you see the close-up, you can see the texture. So if you just take a little like growth from this lawn of cyanobacteria, and you look at it from side, not from the top, you can see the melanin on the top and the green underlying cyanobacterial cells. And you also see some fungal filaments. They are just anchored in the soil, or else the colony will blow away by the wind. Now, we know this pigment is in response to UVA, because if you grow the cyanobacteria in lab, they don't make it. So let's challenge them with UVC. So here I have 2 ways to measure the assessment. One, I have what is known as the pulse taker in plants, and the other thing is I can grind the cells and put them on agar media and see if they can grow into a colony. So this is the pulse taker that we use, and this is the physics behind it. Unless you insist, let's skip it. So after 2 months of non-stop day and night UVC exposure, the pulse is still going strong. In other words, they are far from dead. So after 1 month, if you plate these bacteria and put them on Petri dish, they are still not dead. Recall, this is the same UVC lamp that killed the most hardy bacterium that holds Guinness record in 30 seconds. So now we think that we know how those early cyanobacteria would have survived on early Earth. So in other words, this melanin making do not begin just recently. It started billions of years back on the early Earth. So if I have a camera and I can travel back in time and click a picture, they would not look green. They would look black on the surface, same as this cyanobacteria that grows in Mojave. So if the cyanobacteria did not make it, we would not be here, because they are the source of oxygen, and there will be no oxygen-breathing organisms. But now some of you will say, well, that's a great story, right? But that's a long, long time ago. What your cyanobacteria can do for me now? It turns out the cyanobacteria are not the only ones that can do something for you. In fact, every microorganism that grows on the rock surface or the soil in Mojave can do something. It can give us natural sunscreens. Like you can see from the rock I'm holding, each color here represents a different organism or a different lichen, which is a different sunscreen. And we think these sunscreens are much better than the ones you get from Walgreens. So if we learned how they do it and exploit them for use, this is a big opportunity for our state. And so if we are successful, we just started figuring this out. This might be a huge benefit to our state in particular and to our society in general. With that, I would like to thank you for patiently listening.
Thank you, Mr. Singh and Ms. O'Neill, for those really interesting presentations. It's phenomenal what goes on at DRI. It really is. All of the different research is just amazing, and we appreciate you presenting it in a way that's understandable, at least to me. So thank you. With that, I will move on to item number 3, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928 4944-5069. And the passcode is 555-555, 6 fives. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is no public comment at GBC at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. It looks like I have public comment here in Las Vegas at DRI. I just would like to remind you that public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person, and persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record and to spell their last name. And with that, I will go to public comment here at DRI.
Good afternoon, Kevin Osorio Hernandez. For the record, proud president of the Nevada State Student Alliance and proudly serving as the vice chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. Earlier today, the NSA voted in favor of a resolution calling for the safety and prevention of gun violence on college campuses that I was proud to author for the NSA. I was also proud in mobilizing student voices to share their stories and ensuring that their experiences are not forgotten, in collaboration with Rise Nevada and the Youth Voice of Nevada. We know that gun violence is not a singular issue. It is the manifestation of a systemic problem in our country, which, for example, could be poverty and mental health. 627. That's the number of mass shootings in 2023 alone. Our students, faculty, and staff and community have an undeniable right to feel safe in places of higher learning. Let me read to you parts of our resolution that have been sent to you earlier today, and I urge you to consider deep thought into this resolution. Whereas the Nevada Student Alliance acknowledges the profound impact of gun violence on college campuses and recognizes the tragic incident at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas on December 6, 2023. Whereas it is deeply regrettable to note that each of these identified professors was a member of a minority community, further underscoring the impact gun violence has on marginalized communities. Whereas every student has the right to pursue their education in a safe and secure environment free from the threat of gun violence. Whereas commendation is warranted for the University Police Southern Command officers and first responders for their swift and urgent response time. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nevada Student Alliance that we strongly condemn gun violence on college campuses and call for the immediate and effective action to preserve the safety of students and all personnel across the Nevada system of higher education. The Nevada Student Alliance acknowledges and supports the work of the Chancellor's Ad Hoc Public Safety Committee and encourages the Chancellor to consider transitioning it to become a standing committee within the Nevada system of higher education. In witness whereof, the Nevada Student Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Solomon. I'm the State Director for Rise Nevada. I'm here to speak in favor of this resolution supporting safety and gun violence prevention on campus. While it is really unfortunate that we have to gather here to present solutions on adapting and surviving with the high frequency of mass shootings in this country, I want to acknowledge how proud I am that student leaders like Kevin, Pio, and Nicole, and the whole team at NSA are lighting a beacon of hope for all of us with this resolution. On December 6th, Rise Nevada had 80 students, staff, and volunteers in the Student Union building to train students on the intricacies of political organizing and issue advocacy as part of our Rise University training program. The emergency response system first informed my students and a truly diligent UNLV event services coordinator named Taylor, who kept me posted by texting quick and concise updates from the first student emergency notification all the way to SWAT evacuation. It was because of the strength of communication that I could keep my students as calm and prepared as possible while establishing a plan with my team in case the worst happened. To think that other campuses are at risk with a lack of that kind of infrastructure is concerning, and this resolution will aim to quell any immediate worries when it comes to the safety of students, faculty, and support staff. I also applaud the piece within this resolution that focuses on mental health resources, the fact that my team and I were able to see crisis counselors and had recurring support groups to include LVMPD and other nonprofits in the immediate aftermath. immensely helped in creating a pipeline that could support mental health needs of survivors who've been impacted by mass shootings. However, just because there was a crisis doesn't mean that we should sit on our laurels when it comes to enacting and implementing mental health programs and having wellness, as President Whitfield had acknowledged. Thank you for your time, and I urge this board to pass this resolution.
Hello, my name is Cesar Marquez. I live in Sparks and currently serve as the chair of the Nevada Forward Party, and I'm also a volunteer with Rise Nevada. I do not attend UNLV, but I was with the 80 students in the student union for an advocacy training when the shooting occurred. I will never forget the sheer terror I saw in these kids' faces and the trauma they continue to suffer because, not much being done is to address the root causes of these issues. I'm simply here to support Kevin Osorio, Emer Cespedes, Flor Diaz, Christian Salomon, and other young leaders who have had to mature at a much younger age than I did because of incidents like this. These remarkable individuals, despite their youth, have shown incredible fortitude and a commitment to ensuring that their peers no longer have to endure such senseless acts of violence. Reflecting on my own college graduation a decade ago, it's disheartening to realize that the concept of a school shooting was virtually absent from our collective consciousness. Today, however, it's a grim reality that shadows every classroom, every campus event, and every moment that should be filled with joy of learning and personal growth. I can't help but feel for these students because we're robbing them of what's supposed to be some of the best years of their lives. There's so much work that needs to be done on this issue and many others. This resolution is a step forward in the right direction, and we owe it to them to make sure that they feel safe on campus. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emer Cespedes, a student at UNLV. Today, I stand before you as a survivor of the December 6th mass shooting at UNLV, where I hid with 80 other students in the same room, fearing for life. In Nevada, our dreams are overshadowed by the reality of gun violence on campuses. This reality questions whether some of us would make it to our graduation day. It's a call for urgent action, not just thoughts and prayers. I urge the Nevada system of higher education to take concrete steps towards enhancing campus safety. This includes not only security measures, but also mental health support and emergency preparedness. Our life and education shouldn't be at stake. We deserve to learn in an environment free from the fear of gun violence. I stand here asking for action to protect us all. Let's ensure our campuses are a safe space for education and growth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Let's work together for a safer future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Drake York, and just like some of the other people that were sitting over there and were talking behind me, I was on campus during the shooting. I hate to be pessimistic, but there's probably going to be another mass shooting in the United States. There were 656 mass shootings last year alone. That's nearly 2 shootings a day on average. It would be foolish to let this information stay irrelevant in this discussion. And because of that, I am heavily in favor of the resolution that has been presented by the Nevada Student Alliance for reasons that should be obvious to everyone here. It is absolutely necessary to support safety and gun violence prevention, and there is no good reason not to support it, as the safety of students and faculty should be prioritized over anything else. Every second counts when somebody wants to mow down a bunch of people with a gun, and faster emergency response times are critical in preventing deaths. I hate to imagine what it would have been like if emergency responders didn't show up as quickly as they did. I would also like to thank everyone at the Nevada Student Alliance for helping try to pass this. I think that that's super important, and I appreciate all of the work that you guys do as Regents. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zina Haji, and I'm a junior in my undergraduate program at UNLV, and I'm here to speak on support for the resolution for campus safety. Today I stand before you as a witness and survivor of the events of December 6th. I was with my RSO, the Political Science Club, hosting a leadership event with RISE, and it's almost funny to say now that a shooting was the least of our worries. I sat in the dark with over 80 students, barricading tables and doors, bracing themselves for inevitable gunshots that we would hear, and reaching out to the loved ones for what we thought was the last time to say what we had in our hearts. It should have never gotten to this point. Students shouldn't have to come out of situations like that hearing, "Wow, you handled that so well," or "Good job on taking charge," which was my personal experience and my peers. The only time we should ever have to hear that is when we're taking chances of public speaking or competitions in our classes, or even becoming leaders in our safe spaces. I went to my neighborhood Walmart a month ago only to cower and cry because the water cases being restocked sounded so similar to doors being banged on by SWAT or gunshots. No student should have to endure that PTSD or anxiety because of that fear of dying at the hands of guns. It shouldn't have taken a shooting for mental health resources to gain attention on campus. I've spoken with so many students in the past who have struggled to make any appointments in one semester due to the high request of mental health services as a college student. I find appreciation in the mental health town halls and the community collaboration for more mental health services and resources being pushed in students' inboxes, but Regents, there is so much more that students need. Therapeutic speech and community building is not a permanent solution to the problem. Students' needs are larger than an event that happens every semester. Students work 1 or 2 or even 3 jobs to support their tuition, parking, books, fees, campus living, and livelihood on their own. It's not my responsibility, I'm just a student leader, to find solutions for you, but only to collaborate with you and ensure you to understand the complexities of what it is to be a UNLV student in 2024. It's difficult, it's tiring. So please give students a chance to speak with you one-on-one. Give students a chance to tell you their needs and establish trust again, because trust in our university and our regions have completely diminished. We are more than just a vote for your re-election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Gledhill, Gledhill. I'm here representing myself as a student of UNLV, as well as 3 great organizations, the Nevada Youth Activist Alliance, Rise Nevada, and Voice Nevada. I'm here primarily in support of the resolution passed by the Nevada Student Alliance concerning campus safety and well-being, and I urge you to implement it. Actually, I urge you to go above and beyond any of our recommendations. I'm not sure if any of you were on campus that day, but there are really no words that I could string together that could properly convey the grief and fear that we felt. Instead, I will give you a question to ponder. If you thought you only had minutes left to live, who would you call? What prayers would you say? Sorry. These are the questions that I faced when I received a UPD alert saying that shots had been fired into the student union where I was hiding during the lockdown. So please, go above and beyond. Stand with us when we ask our governor and our legislature to act. We need to dedicate all available resources towards creating a safer Nevada. Our state universities have governmental affairs staff and lobbyists that work hard to get our schools what they need. Well, what we need is gun reform and other preventative policies. We can all be doing a lot more to demand justice for our fallen professors. And the students of UNLV are not going to stand by as we prepare for the next tragedy. I hope to see you all on our campus soon, listening to student voices and rallying with us to change our great state for the better. Thank you.
Hello, Regents. Thank you for having us. My name is Ben Sagman. I'm a Jewish freshman here at UNLV and a proud board member of Hillel at UNLV and a general member of several other Jewish RSOs. You all might have heard about the NPL protest that interrupted Israeli professor Asaf Be'er's physics lecture here on campus on Tuesday. Or maybe not. Not a single American news outlet reported it, only the Jerusalem Post. NPL's Instagram post reads the following: Our university should not only uphold academic integrity, but also prioritize the utmost in human decency by refusing to host speakers who are genocide apologists or anti-Palestinian academic with extremist views founded on propaganda, misinformation, and fear-mongering. Is it propaganda and fear-mongering to be Israeli and Jewish and give a physics lecture on campus? No. Is it fear-mongering or propaganda to barge into a lecture uninvited, yell at the speaker, tell him he is not welcome on our campus, and say that UNLV should not hire Zionist speakers? Yes, that's exactly what that is. That is prejudice and that is racism. NPL feels that they have the right to march across campus, yelling hate speech, targeting Jews and Israelis, falsely calling them genocide apologists and white colonizers. You know who doesn't spread false hate speech across this campus? Us, Jews and Israelis. We have been nothing but peaceful, respectful, and diplomatic. We do not interrupt lectures to condemn professors and spread hate speech. If I sound embittered and angry, it's because we have been too quiet and too scared for almost 5 months since Hamas's terror attack on October 7th. While NPL spreads racist and false misinformation about Jews and Israel, we have been scared to act. Ciara O'Brien, the leader of the protest, and her NPL cohorts deserve to be condemned. So to all the people on this campus who are coming for us, the Jewish people, who say that we don't belong at UNLV, that Jews and Israelis are not welcome on this campus, we are still here, we always will be, as it is our right. Back off. Regents, I implore you to make sure that next time a group rudely interrupts a lecture to preach anti-Semitism or any racism or prejudice of any sort, they are removed and not the victim. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, and all present, good afternoon. My name is Pio Rejas, P-I-O-R-E-J-A-S. I'm the Student Body President at CSN. Today in the morning, the NSA passed a resolution introduced by President Kevin Osorio Hernandez, supporting safety and the prevention of gun violence in college campuses. As a student, a friend, and part of this community, I asked the board to take a look at what the students care for, and as this NSA resolution stands for, and to please push more resources in gun violence and safety for students. And please make the Security Committee a standing committee. Thank you.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G, U-N-G-E-R, President, UNLV Chapter, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and the Regents for your consideration. Regarding agenda item number 13, the evaluation of UNLV President Keith Whitfield, we express strong appreciation and support for his leadership and ask your approval of his new contract tomorrow. Serving as president of UNLV is a complex responsibility, requiring a vision for the university even while adapting swiftly to unforeseen institutional issues and crises. I vividly recall the late UNLV president Carol C. Harder describing the job as the most rewarding in the world, but with a caveat. As long as you can keep a few powerfully meddlesome rich people and political factions in our state from, as she put it, quote, eating the president alive, which has happened too many times in UNLV history. Dr. Whitfield has managed the challenges of his presidency as well as any leader could, including that one. He took office during the pandemic. He stewarded UNLV through a demanding budget cycle with right decisions to support faculty and staff. I especially appreciate his compassion and support for our campus community following this December 6th mass shooting. President Whitfield is a capable, respected, well-liked leader for our university. We look forward to the future happy years of his administration. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Title IV, Chapter 4 of the Board of Regents Handbook, which regulates collective bargaining on the NSHE campuses, was written well over 30 years ago. There has not been a substantial update since then. Now, admittedly, it is tempting to say that the durability of this policy is a testament to the prescience of the regents who crafted it in the early 90s. But in reality, it's more like a case of benign neglect. A close review reveals that the policy is not a reflection of reality, since the Nevada system of higher education has changed dramatically since it was crafted, and our actual practices frequently differ from the code. In 2022, the NFA submitted proposals for revisions through the Faculty Senate Council of Chairs, but the system staff at that time tabled it. Earlier today, we sent all of you an email with a link to our proposals to update this chapter. In the spirit of shared governance, we hope to open a dialogue with you on modifications that we believe will not only reflect the reality of our practices, but also streamline processes for the system as well as for the NFA. As always, we stand ready to meet with you to collaborate on this and any other issue to advance higher education in Nevada. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your service to Nevada.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Regents, for this event. And I'm Ross Bryant, grossly underdressed. Just came from a veteran community event. I am retired Army. I've been on campus for 25 years. And today I would like to support President Whitfield's contract tomorrow on behalf of the veteran community. For those of you who don't know, we have served over 9,000 vets and military family members in the last 12 years. The Vet Center with my team has been labeled veteran-friendly 3 years in a row, top 10 in the nation. This year we're number 3 out of 605 four-year schools. We've always had exceptional support from every president and the leadership of UNLV, but we have now transitioned from being veteran-friendly, which is really the Vet Center, helping these vets transition, to being veteran inclusive. Tonight there is a concert from the orchestra honoring World War II vets with a scholarship for the rebel vets. And we've had numerous events and graduation receptions with about a 70% grad rate, which I'm very proud of. But I'd like to talk about President Whitfield. He came here in the middle of the pandemic. There was nobody on campus except for he and I think. And I was in my office because I just can't work from home. And every day I would get a Diet Coke until there weren't any left. But he came to see me on his second day, and we talked for 90 minutes across the room, all masked up. And he wanted to know what we do to help veterans and military family members. I know you're probably aware President Whitfield is an Air Force military family member. His father was very distinguished in the Air Force, went to officer candidate school and was in Vietnam. And President Whitfield and I are about the same age. I was a Navy brat. He was an Air Force brat. He is, quite frankly, family to us. What does that mean? We have every graduation reception, every semester. We're known for our party. Not only has he attended every single one, as has President Provost Heavey, also very supportive, but he has also funded all of our parties ever since he got here, which makes a difference because we're not funded for that. He's also come to our memorial kickoff event. Every weekend of Memorial Day, we walk 60 miles for the 59 Nevadans who were killed in Iraq and Afghanistan. A little bit about our population. We're 6% of the population. A lot of talking about the shooting. We have about 6% of the population, of which 4% are combat vets. And combat vets were in the middle of all of that. Very proud of them. I was locked in my office also with student workers, and we had a battle plan if they came our way. The system did work as far as the notifications and all the phone calls so that we could track everyone. In addition, we also looked up everyone to see who was in Beam Hall and texted parents and military folks to make sure they were safe. Thankfully, they were. And the detectives who engaged were amazing. But now I'd like to tell you about Afghanistan.
Sir, I hate to cut you off.
This last one, real quick.
Okay.
I promise.
Thank you.
So when Afghanistan fell, it was horrific for the vet office. 150 years of service in Afghanistan. President Whitfield and his team penned an amazing support letter for those vets that were upset about the collapse of Afghanistan and was their time in Afghanistan on 5 different occasions maybe worth it. So I just want to make sure that I had an opportunity to give 100% support for President Whitfield and his contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Regents. Teresa Murray with UNLV. I'm a PhD student and GPSA treasurer. But today I kind of want to speak from being a student on behalf of my support for President Whitfield. I have been involved at UNLV for 12 years, whether that be in the capacity of an undergrad student, an employee, an alumni, and now a grad student. And over those 12 years, I had never had any contact with any president other than President Whitfield. In my experience, he is approachable and welcoming in his presence on campus. Through his actions, I can see his deep and genuine care for our students and campus community. I have a brief story about one of my first few experiences with President Whitfield. I traveled up north for the quarterly meeting for the Board of Regents at TMCC with our vice president and our secretary. I was proxying, and I was chatting with Faculty Senate Chair Bill Robinson, and President Whitfield came over and said, "Do we have anyone here that needs lunch tickets?" And Chair Robinson said, "Yes, GPSA has their treasurer, or their secretary and their vice president here." President Whitfield said, "I have an extra ticket." So he comes over and hands us 2 tickets. And while my colleagues and I went and ate, I looked up, and while we enjoyed our hot food, President Whitfield walked over and took one of the sandwiches from the back row. I don't think he noticed that I saw that, but that means a lot to me as a student. It's very profound to see such a president realize, like, grad students, we're here, but we're on our stipends, and we all have heard us talk about those. So this shows that he pays attention to the small things, which is very important to us. And he cares about the well-being of our students. And I support the renewal of his contract, and I hope you remember this when you are contemplating it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, y'all. My name is Hugh Lee, last name L-E. Right, there you go, there's time. I'm president and founder of the Nevada Esports Education League, youth director of the Vietnamese American Community of Las Vegas, an executive member of the Youth Voice, vice president of the UNLV AAPI Affinity Club, part of the AAPI caucus as well, and just a student. I know this is going to be a difficult conversation, but basically guns don't kill people, people kill people, but guns are not the solution either. They've been an addition to a problem, and coming from a graduate from a great community college called CSN, it's very shameful that in 2018, where I had to organize a school walkout on that campus, to going back to UNLV as a pandemic graduate, to a huge memorial for deaths of staffs. But that isn't to say that we weren't doing anything. Just want to give a couple update of what the youth have been doing, from organizing mental health workshops under the Youth Voice, from the Japanese club and the department making 3,000 paper cranes to recognize one of the professors that was lost, and to our video game community hosting game nights to make sure everyone felt safe. Youth will continue to organize and will continue to be out here to the day school ends, which will probably be never. I also like to say thank you to every university president out there, from WNNC to TMCC, UNR, for also showing support of what happened, because what happened on our community is for everyone. And finally, just wanted to end it off that I think all regents are good, right? There's definitely been bad regents, but we've been shown good leadership. All you regents, I'm pretty sure you all are good leaders, all are very smart, but show us now. It's your time. Thank
you. Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. So I'm going to wing this here because I need to change a little bit what I was going to say. Just because the students came through and they're so passionate about I wasn't going to talk about December 6th right now. It's a 2-day meeting, so I have to do something tomorrow. Again, Regent Carvalho was there on the 5th when we were talking about campus safety and the issues that were brought up by the problems in the Middle East and how that was affecting campus, and the fact that campus security and the campus, people on campus, all groups of campus were feeling unsafe, and we needed to work on that. And then December 6th happened the next day, and that just re-amplifies to us how much time and effort we need to put in. And clearly on the mental health side, we don't have anywhere near the adequate resources for faculty and staff and students on the mental health side. So that being said, item number 13, remember that under the code, the faculty senates are the elected representatives of the faculty in your system. We took a vote, and that vote was 30 in favor of you renewing President Whitfield and 2 opposed. That's pretty much 90-ish%. You can pull your slide rules out and do the math. Please do not forget, though, that at the last page of that report from that committee that I was on are a bunch of recommendations, and the chancellor added recommendations. I've been through a whole bunch of these evaluations because I used to have to do the surveys for the presidential evaluation committees. They're always, all of the new presidents, they're always huge micromanagers, and you have to tell them to stop. Otherwise, their staff is here till 8 o'clock at night because they have to do their job. They're also, people want them more out in town than they are. They don't realize how much more the community wants the president out in the community sometimes, and you guys need to tell them that. Just asking you to not just pass on this, but to take the opportunity to have a frank and open exchange of views so that the president has more success in his next 4 years than he's had in this 4 years. Thanks.
Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A, Faculty Senate Chairperson at CSN. I thank the board for taking the steps at the last special meeting to start the process of looking for an acting president at CSN, hopefully to start in the next couple months. Got 2 numbers for you, though. 264. That is the number of days it has been since President Zaragoza informed everybody he would not be seeking reappointment. 488 days is how many days until the next permanent president should take over. So we're talking a year from July 1. Seems like a lot of days, but I'll point out in 264 days, we haven't had a lot of movement. I'm not blaming the board. I know you have it's tough to do this, but for the whole fall semester, nothing happened in the search for our president, and we're at where we are. So I just want to point out again, like I said I would at every single public comment, please start the search process for the permanent president, the July 1, 2025 to take over that day president. Please start the search now. If you wait, that 488 is going to get faster and faster to the bottom, and it's going to be 0, and we're going to be right back here next year, and I'm still going to be saying public comment of, can you get a search going for 2026? And I don't want to do that, and I'm sure you don't want to do that, so that's what I ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robbie Boparai, R-O-B-B-Y-B-O-P-A-R-A-I, and I'm the president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada School of Medicine, which is the chancellor-approved fee-collecting student government of the medical students at the University of Nevada Reno School of Medicine. Until recently, our student government has sort of existed, I think, for at least a decade, maybe longer, without a direct path of advocacy to this Board of Regents. I'm happy to say that this year we were able to solve that through the hard work of many of our members of our student government and advocating for a seat on the Nevada Student Alliance. I wanted to thank my fellow student body presidents, the Chancellor's Office, and the Board of Regents for your partnership in ensuring the voice of UNR medical students is represented appropriately with the seat on the Nevada Student Alliance. It's a privilege to be able to advocate to you all directly. Our student government is looking forward to continuing to work with our medical school, the administration of the University of Nevada, Reno, and our partner in medical training, Renown Regional Medical Center, and continuing to strive for healthcare excellence in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more public comment here at DRI. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no online callers at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to take a quick 6-minute break. We'll be back at 2:35. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 4, Regents Welcome Introductions and Reports. Are there any Regents who would like to make a few comments? Yes, Regent Brown.
And to move on my beverages. All right, Regent Brown for the record. Today, so I normally give a summary of the last 3 months. I do like to be fairly active on our campuses and with our faculty and staff. But today I'm actually going to highlight what I saw in the days after the December 6th. And what I saw was emerge was an unwavering support, love, and compassion for our Rebel family and from the wider Las Vegas community. In that moment of need, countless individuals stepped up, offered comfort, distraction, and their time. A single call for help brought forth an incredible outpour of support. In just 5 days, over 4,000 tickets were offered and numerous activities were organized, from art sessions, healing yoga sessions, attend sporting events, museum visits, and numerous live shows. I'm extremely proud to be a part of this community, and I wanted to quickly highlight the individuals and companies that participated in these acts of kindness. We said it earlier, I think it is important to say people's names, and so I'm going to start with the community donors: Michelle Sue, Michael Printy, Linda Bridges, Emily Paulson, Jessica Goldstein, Andy Coe, Tamina Pennington, Sarah Quinn, Kathleen Simon, Connie Anderson, Sean Hartman, Matt Kelly, Lynn Jerome, Robert Snyder, Rachel Breen, Mike Santos, Tom Wagner, Julie Kane. Some companies that stepped up to be really helpful in our time of need was Caesar Entertainment, Circa, Miracle Flight, Galaxy Theater at Boulevard Mall, The Raiders, Wynn Resorts, Area 15 Omega Mart, Neon Museum, Excalibur, Mob Museum, Cafe Lola, Pizza Anonymous, Three Chicks, Capriati's local owners Michael and Becky Solomon, Boyd Orleans, Blue Man Group, Thunder from Down Under, Silver and Black, Allegiant Concessions, Firefly, Taco and Beer, the National Basketball Association, God Ford, and Wagner Allstate Insurance. Now, this next list could go on for days, but I want to just quickly highlight the faculty and staff that were a part of, also grieving, also going through the aftermath, but they stepped up to be a part of these programs. Brianne Wixon, John Starkey, Bill Robinson, Colleen Haynes, Marnie Dow, Deanne Contino, Kat Griffin, Michaela Franklin, Stephanie Cooper, Sunny Gittin, Tom Sedgwick, Nicole Thompson, Teresa Marie, Michael Amasquita, Gersica Buchanan, Dion Stanfield, and Constant Brooks. I would be remiss if I didn't once again thank Chief Garcia, Detective Nathan Drum, and Officer Damian Garcia. We didn't get a chance to highlight the two of you in December, but I wanted to make sure that we said your names, and obviously the entire Southern Command. And lastly, I just want to thank Regent McMichael, Regent Cruz Crawford, and Interim Chancellor Charlton, who utilized some of their Regent and Chancellor budgets to help fund some of the faculty and student art and healing programs on UNLV's campus. Thank you.
Are there any other Regents who would like to make any comments or welcomes? Oh, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, I'll be very brief. I just want to let you know, I want to thank Chair Carvalho for putting us all into our committees. I think you did an excellent job highlighting what our passions were, and I'm very excited to now be the chair of the IDEA Committee. I got to go last week and spend a whole day with the council problem-solving big issues that we have so we can create some strategic goals and actually, move the needle forward. And I just want to thank you because I thought your intent was very thoughtful and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Other Regents? Yes, Regent Del.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And I was with UNLV in my thought and in my prayers, I contacted COVID for the first time after our quarterly board meeting. I don't know if it was at a football game, Mountain West game, or at President Sandoval's Christmas party. I'm not sure, but we both got it, and we weren't that together. Let me tell you, there's a huge party, but we both missed graduation, and graduation to me is our Super Bowl. I don't miss graduation, and that's one I can afford. I felt really helpless, I have to say, being up north, but I followed every newspaper article. I had a lot of texts and everything, so, and I'm really glad that I came down early on Tuesday. I went to UNLV's mental health town hall, and I think it has to continue. Students want this to continue, and I applaud you, President Whitfield, for this is your second town hall. And I have a passion for mental health, and I think that came through this morning, but we need to do a lot more in that area. But so just switching, because our purpose is to tell what I've gone to like over 30 events since I saw you last in December, but my big thing is the ACCT. I'm on the executive board, as you know, and we had record-breaking attendance in Vegas and at our legislative summit, to where like our budget is like $500,000 in the surplus, and it makes me think of how you grow enrollment. The budget just gets so nice when you got lots of attendance. But I'll be attending the AACC meeting. It's American Association of Community Colleges. That's our sister organization. That organization's for the community college presidents. And I'm on the ACCT, which is trustees. And I think for the first time ever in NSHE history that we're going to be represented from both organizations, as Dr. Zaragoza is on the national board for AACC. Of course, I'm on the other board. So I think that's pretty special for us, Dr. Z. Looking forward to seeing you in Louisville. And we're doing good work. I haven't heard today that was supposed to be the vote for the Pels, so I haven't heard on that. But the work we do is so important. I appreciate some of the students that thanks the Regents, because, you know, we do it for different reasons. I just want to see students succeed and Nevada prosper. It's because this is what we do is all to benefit our state. So I feel privileged to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from Regents? Yes, Regent Goodman.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank our Southern Command and just commend everyone that responded and did such incredible work to keep our students safe. I think it's easy to maybe hindsight is 20/20 or be critical, but really what happened that day was incredible, and it was really just a testament to VP Garcia and his entire crew and the detectives. And I'm very grateful for what happened that day and that you saved so many lives. And I'm so sorry for the lives that we lost. Additionally, I'd like to say that I thought President Whitfield did an amazing thing when he coordinated the healing ceremony at UNLV. I attended that, and it was really a beautiful ceremony that I think was much needed, and it was it just really, I think everyone that was there felt a great sense of peace from it. So I just want to thank you all again and express my sorrow, and thank you.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. With that, I will move on to item number 5, Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance Report. I will turn it over to Chair Susanna Stankute.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Okay, and I've got a presentation today too, so you get to see some happy students. Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Interim Chancellor Charlton, and DRI for hosting us this week. For the record, my name is Susanna Stankute. I'm the president of the Associated Students of Western Nevada at Western Nevada College, and I'm the Nevada Student Alliance chair. I'm here today to give you our end-of-year update for the Nevada Student Alliance. Our terms last from the June quarterly meeting up to the end of our terms in student government. We started the year creating our priorities for the year, and they are as follows. there we go. First, to create legislative priorities for 2025. We did this in 2 prongs. So on the presentation, it's a little confusing. Our first group was action-oriented items. These include exploring how to better support international graduate students, expanding hours for student employees, and promoting and fostering STEM in K through 12. NSA received reports regarding graduate student needs, and I hope that we can continue to research this and learn how to support them better. Our second prong was our support and advocacy items. These include supporting first-generation legislation, supporting civic engagement on our campuses, and to promote renewable energy on our campuses. Our second priority was to create a campaign for civic engagement and marketing purposes that focuses on NSA as a whole. This year, we held the NSA Mixer on November 29th, and we also supported the NSA Week of Action, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. Our third point was to research outcomes for jobs in the area and student outcomes post-graduation, and to evaluate NSA's relationship with the Board of Regents, and to have an on-record response from them after passing legislation, and to continue exploring NSA access to the Board of Agenda. One of my goals was to involve you, the Regents, in our work this year. This included the chairs from many of our NSHE committees attending our meetings to fill us in on their work as a regent. I'd like to thank Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents Brooks, Arascata, Perkins, Del Carlo, Brager, and Chancellor Charlton for attending meetings this year. Today, we unanimously passed the resolution in support of safety and the prevention of gun violence on college campuses. The resolution highlights the importance of student voices as we discuss this vital issue and underscores NSA's support of the Chancellor's Committee on Public Safety. You've heard the impact that the shooting on December 6th had on our students, and I hope that their comments and this resolution will encourage you all to take action through the Committee on Public Safety. So back to priority number 2, which is our campaigns for civic engagement and marketing purposes. NSA and the UNLV GPSA held the NSA Mixer on November 29th. This gave us an opportunity to learn more about each other before the meeting started the next day, like how Regent Brown is a bit of a Swiftie. We wrote on the whiteboards around the room, and questions included, what's the best piece of advice you received? What song could you listen to on repeat? And the Spotify playlist is there if you're interested in some really interesting music. I'd like to thank the UNLV GPSA for hosting us at the Graduate Student Commons and for helping us execute this event. I'd also like to thank Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents Brown, Del Carlo, Cruz Crawford, as well as President Dalpy and President Whitfield for taking the time to attend this event and interact with our students. We also supported the NSA Week of Action during February 18th through the 24th, where a majority of the student government associations held events to give back to our communities. For example, ASWN volunteered at the Sexual Assault Response Advocate's Office in Carson City, and the GPSA collected professional clothing for graduate and professional students. From the Nevada State Student Alliance, some of their updates, NSSA has been dedicated to addressing food insecurity by exploring options for transporting students to nearby grocery stores near Nevada State. Additionally, NSSA is actively pushing for a resolution urging executive leadership to establish an institutional task force to identify gaps in supporting undocumented students on campus. NSSA was pleased to partner with ASCSN for their monthly service project at Spread the Word Nevada, where they organized and prepared books to ensure elementary students have access to quality literature. This initiative is in preparation for Nevada Reading Week, during which NSSA will be reading to Title I elementary schools in low socioeconomic areas in Las Vegas. From the Consolidated Students of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, CSUN continues to focus on fostering a strong sense of community among UNLV students. Through various initiatives and events, they have been preserving the spirit of togetherness that defines the university. One of CSUN's proudest accomplishments is the development of safety kits designed to be stepping stones for student safety. These kits are tangible expression of their dedication to the well-being of their fellow students. Packed with essential items and resources, these safety kits serve as a reminder that they are a community that cares about safety and security of every individual. CSUN has started the process to elect their next executive board and encourages their students to vote. They are proud to support the upcoming mental health town hall on February 27th. I guess that one already happened and it sounded great, where important discussions and resources related to mental health will be shared. CSUN remains dedicated to creating a positive and enriching experience for every student. From the Graduate and Professional Student Association, the GPSA has been hard at work for their graduate and professional students. Many of their students and staff are still mentally and emotionally recovering from the tragedy on December 6th, and they have been making use of counseling and mental health resources offered by UNLV. They want to thank the Nevada community for coming together and supporting their campus during this time. The GPSA is also gearing up for their 26th annual Graduate and Professional Research Forum on April 6th. Regents, be on the lookout for an invitation. Over 200 students will present their research and creative work. Lastly, the GPSA Executive Board elections are coming up, and they would like to extend its gratitude to their fearless leader, Nicole Thomas, for serving as their president over the past 3 years. Well, she has announced, Well, she has announced that this will be her last term as GPSA president. She will remain involved on campus while she completes her PhD program. President Thomas and the GPSA are incredibly thankful for your continued guidance and support of the graduate and professional student community. Go Rebels. From the Graduate Student Association, they have opened up the annual awards process for outstanding graduate students throughout February. They will be providing these applications to the faculty judges at the end of March. They just opened up elections for all of the GSA council members and the president, and they're finishing up the Graduate Student Climate Survey at the end of this week, with already around 10% of the graduate student population participating in the survey. Later in March, they will be hosting the annual Unity and Diversity event on March 13th from 5 to 8 p.m. at Nightingale Hall, where they hope to fundraise to help support graduate students. If any Regents would like to attend, please get in touch with GSA President Matthew Hahn. They will also be hosting their annual clothing drive later in the semester, in which faculty members and community members can donate gently used clothing for students to pick up free of charge during a thrift store pickup event, and all remaining clothing will be donated to a local nonprofit. From the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, for those of you who may not know about the Associated Students of the University of Nevada School of Medicine, ASUN-SOM, they're a new member of NSA, and we are just so excited that they were able to join us here in Las Vegas. ASUN-SOM is the chancellor-approved, fee-collecting student government that represents all students enrolled in the MD program at the University of Nevada School of Medicine. The association supports students by distributing funds to career-focused student interest groups and student organizations, providing travel scholarships to assist students presenting and attending conferences, and advocating on the behalf of students to administration and the faculty. ASUN-SOM is currently striving to better represent the needs of their students to the School of Medicine, the University of Nevada, Reno, and the Nevada system of higher education. ASUN-SOM is excited to become more involved at the system level and is excited for the opportunity to sit on NSA and be the voice of medical students at all levels of governance. From the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, Reno, ASUN is amidst elections and slowly wrapping up with their strategic plan to help empower all students on their campus. They're ending off the year with the biggest little festival, which includes high-end artists, and this event is open to all NSHE students. ASUN would like to thank the board for all of their support this year. From the Associated Students of the College of Southern Nevada, they passed a letter of support for the CSN initiative to make their campuses 100% smoke and vape free. They will be helping with a career fair on their 3 main campuses on March 5th. They are still working on the task force for the policies regarding the shared governance system. ASCSN sent a letter of support to Mr. Fulmer, the CSN Art Gallery coordinator, who presented to their student government back in January. Regarding the ASCSN period equity product, facilities is moving forward with the installation of 6 period hygiene dispensers, 2 at each student union, with 1 in the gender-neutral bathroom and 1 in the women's bathroom. ASCSN is working on the upcoming election days for April 26th and 27th. And finally, for the NSA Week of Action, ASCSN and NSSA collaborated to volunteer with Spread the Word Nevada on February 23rd. From the TMCC SGA, they have been hard at work representing students as they go into the heart of the spring semester. SGA senators are putting together some amazing proposals for projects such as charging stations, food options, and nap pods. The TMCC SGA will be releasing a student survey on March 4th to help identify students' thoughts on their student government representation, fee increases, and a variety of other important topics. President Barryson Gomez has partnered with multiple community members and Dr. Olga Messina and the Counseling Center at TMCC to plan and provide Naxalone education and training to TMCC and the Northern Nevada community. Finally, the SGA completed a service project on February 23rd and donated over $400 in food to their local youth shelter at the Eddy House. And from the Associated Students of Western Nevada, ASWN has been very busy since our last update. We held De-Stress Fest during the final 2 weeks of the fall semester and Welcome Back Week during the 3rd week of the spring semester. We've already had multiple other events this semester and will be hosting many more, including Alcohol Awareness Month, Earth Day, De-Stress Fest, and we supported a blood drive where a total of 16 donors rolled up their sleeves and 16 precious units were collected, which was 4 units over their goal. These units will in turn impact the lives of 48 hospital patients in need. We also collaborated with the DEI committee to create trading cards that were posted around campus for Black History Month. These are large posters highlighting different Black influencers in the arts. ASWN is dedicated to supporting not only our students, but also faculty and staff who enhance and support our education. This semester, we have recognized the Financial Aid Office, WNC's executive team, the WNC Controller's Office, and Institutional Research. We are gearing up for ASWN elections, and the candidates are currently campaigning for office. We will be hosting the ASWN Awards and Appreciation in April to highlight the incredible students, faculty, and staff at WNC. So there's that, but also back to NSA. This year's NSA cabinet has been built on two pillars, transparency and gratitude. So I'd like to take just a moment to thank the instrumental people who supported NSA this year. Tarina Caserto and Carrie Parker and all of the board staff who helped support NSA, your hard work does not go unnoticed. And we really do appreciate all of your help this year. The UNLV GPSA President Nicole Thomas and Treasurer Teresa Marie, two women I deeply admire and am honored to have worked with this year. And it's my understanding that while she's no longer going to be GPSA President, Nicole will be staying on campus while she completes her PhD program. So if you're looking for a talented PhD graduate in educational psychology, she will be available to hire. I'd also like to thank the Faculty Senate chairs and the Nevada Faculty Alliance members who stand here and give public comment at each Board of Regents meetings. You are an inspiration to us students in and out of the classroom, and it has been a pleasure to meet all of you this year. And of course, you, the Regents, for supporting NSA by attending meetings, engaging with us, and listening to our feedback. A fun fact about me is that I've cried at every Board of Regents meeting that I've attended since I joined ASWN. And it's been just such a pleasure to work with you all this year, and you've been so lovely, and so I'm sure this meeting will be no different. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your support of NSA this year and for indulging me here today. And I'd be happy to take questions. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time.
President Stan Coute, we just really appreciate your leadership and all of your active participants. You are, all of these student leaders are wonderful, and you all represent our institutions so well. We're so proud of you. Are there any comments or questions from Regents? Yes, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. It's been a pleasure watching you grow over the last year. I think Regent Brown just reminded me that when you started, you were 18. Are you 19 now?
No, I'm 17.
Oh, 17.
I started at WNC when I was 14, so it's been a while, actually.
When I dragged myself in here this morning after my brother's wedding last night, I just looked around, and just to see the joy on your face, I was telling Brown, I don't know who's more excited to be here. It's either Susanna, Kevin, Patrick, or Molly. I can't really decide. But your joy infects the entire room. And so thank you for just being just a level of professionalism. And it's been really inspiring to watch your journey this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to echo what Regent Cruz Crawford said. You have been a joy to watch, and for such a young age, it's remarkable. You're a product, I think, of homeschooling and dual enrollment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the sky's the limit, and somebody said they see you sitting here if this is the path you choose. I don't know what your path's going to be, but I can see you at 600 Mountain Street someday or 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You have the ability to do both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 6, NSHE Classified Council Report.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Chancellor Charlton, and Regents and attendees. My name is Dina Wilson. I am the current Communications Officer for the NSHE Classified Council for fiscal year 24. We've had a very productive year this year, and we look forward to continuing that stride. Here are some of our highlights. The NCC has collectively drafted and finalized the Nevada Classified Council bylaws and submitted them for approval in December, and per Chancellor's request, We have resubmitted them with a few tweaks to the Chancellor's office, and we are awaiting approval. The NCC has selected Sunny Remniff as the from UNR as the winner of the Regents Outstanding Classified Staff Member of the Year Award. The NCC met with Chancellor Charlton and her team in January and spoke of the proposal for extending the classified staff dependent grant and aid to all NSHE institutions, where the state's collective bargaining process was explained. We have set up additional meetings through this fiscal year with her team, and we look forward to next week's meeting, actually. Through the December 6th tragedy at UNLV, we are happy that the classified staff will have representation in the NSHE-wide Chancellor's Ad Hoc Public Safety Committee, with our Vice President, Chantel Owens-Rogers, from the College of Southern Nevada, speaking on our behalf. Due to a vacancy within the Executive Council, we had a special meeting that resulted in Interim Secretary Stacy Wallace from NSU, who will serve as the secretary position through the remainder of this term. The Classified Council from Western Nevada College has chosen to not be represented in the NCC for the remainder of this fiscal year. The NCC has had an open forum with the Classified Council and the AFSCME union representative to learn more about the collective bargaining process. We plan to end the term by setting up a second of the fiscal year meetings between the Regents and the NCC. Former Chair Brooks and the NCC had a very productive meeting at the beginning of this term, and we look forward to the next meeting with Chair Cavallo, Vice Chair Downs, and the rest of the committee. Sorry. The NSHE Classified Council has been in contact with the Classified Staff Council at each institution and ensure that every NSHE classified staff member is represented. Our goal is to discuss our options with the unit's certification, collective bargaining process, and to establish ourselves as the legislative bargaining table per NRS 288. Institution updates are as follows. UNLV completed the collection of the recipes submitted by the UNLV classified staff to compose the third annual Cooking with Class digital cookbook. We have held a tabling event around various campuses of UNLV to get more classified staff involvement. We are currently working on our 54th annual awards luncheon, which is going to be held next Friday, March 8th, 2024. We are beginning the election process for our new executive council. We've reintroduced the monthly newsletter to keep the classified staff community aware of what is going on through their council. Working towards creating a resource day to aid the classified staff in their need to perform effectively, efficiently, and safely. After the 12/6 tragedy, President Whitfield has created a safety committee that has representation from faculty, admin faculty, and classified staff. At NSU, they are in the process of putting together their spring team building event for the classified staff. They had their first governance task force update to classified employees on February 21st and are actively working with women's organization to give women in need hygiene products in purses by holding a purse drive. GBC is working on their campus chili cook-off and is getting ready for their classified council executive elections that will take place this spring. At TMCC, the classified council will be hosting their annual Easter egg hunt for the children of the employees of TMCC on March 23rd, supported by the classified council's fundraising events. We are working with our professional development department in organizing the annual classified symposium. This year, they will be holding several professional development activities throughout June and July at all the educational sites. With tomorrow being State of Nevada's Employee Appreciation Day, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to represent the NSHE Classified Council and the state employees of NSHE. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. I'll move on to item number 7, Chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Chairs Report, Dr. Peter Reed.
Greetings, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Chancellor Charlton, and Presidents. For the record, my name is Peter Reed, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Chair of the Faculty Senate at the University of Nevada, Reno, as well as Chair of the NSHE Council of Senate Chairs. Each member of the Council of Senate Chairs has been elected by faculty and senators at our respective colleges and universities. Collectively, as elected representatives, we are the faculty shared governance body serving as the voice for all NSHE faculty across the system. And we take our responsibility to serve and support our diverse faculty and their varied priorities with great seriousness. I'd like to start today's remarks by offering our hearty, advanced congratulations to all faculty who are being granted tenure by the Regents later in this meeting. Earning tenure is a significant accomplishment in the careers of academic faculty. Faculty accept tenure-track positions with no guarantee of future success in the tenure process. In fact, their long-term job security is subject to the intense review of their peers, both internally and externally. Each faculty member being granted tenure today has contributed to our colleges and universities at a high level through their teaching, service, and scholarship appropriate to their field and role, including both research and creative activities. Over many years, which were perhaps interrupted by a global pandemic, these faculty have each persevered in their work. Now, that perseverance has been recognized by their home department, college, or university. In addition, through an external review process whereby faculty in the same field at institutions around the country review their work, these faculty have been recognized as national leaders in their discipline. Earning tenure is no small feat, and doing so clearly demonstrates and documents faculty at their highest level of performance. While each faculty member receiving tenure should celebrate this significant professional accomplishment, the rest of us should also join in their celebration to recognize the intensity of their effort and the positive impact of their contributions. Again, congratulations to each of you. Tenure is a hard-earned career step, and each of you have earned it well. Now I'd like to turn to a few items on which we, as your Senate chairs, would like to provide some thoughts through our role in shared governance. First, we want to comment on the continuing discussion regarding campus safety. The tragedy at UNLV this past December 6th stands, among other things, as a stark reminder of the need for continual preparation and vigilance to ensure our campuses, including students, staff, faculty, and visitors, can engage with confidence that they are safe and their well-being is fully supported. We live, work, and learn on these campuses, trusting that we are in a protected space. When that trust is tested, immediate comprehensive action is needed to restore our faith and feelings of safety. We're grateful to the Regents and Chancellor Charlton for convening the Public Safety Committee and including Dave Sexton, Senate Chair at Great Basin College, as a member to represent faculty. We know that this committee has been meeting and subcommittees have been formed, and we look forward to hearing regular reports on the committee's progress and recommendations. We also understand that discussions are underway to identify additional resources for the system to bolster both personnel and physical infrastructure to support campus safety, which is an important step. Even as these resources and recommendations come online, it is our hope that campus safety becomes an enduring point of interest on the agendas of leaders across the system. In short, we hope that a focus on safety and well-being becomes a permanent part of our system-wide culture. This issue needs consistent, deliberate attention, including regular updates from system and campus leaders with routine opportunities for input from faculty, staff, and students. As your faculty senates, we welcome continued and increasing opportunities to engage in dialogue about ways to ensure our campus communities are free from harm. We ask that you, over the years to come, lean on your faculty senates as a source of information and ideas developed from the real-world experience of living and working day-to-day on our campuses. A second important area of focus for faculty is funding. And we are again grateful for being included in the Committee on Higher Education Funding. We realize that the meetings thus far have largely focused on gathering information and educating committee members on the current funding formula, context, structures, and goals.
Over the next few meetings, we expect the focus of the committee will shift into identifying recommendations for designing a funding model that fully supports the goal we all share of ensuring a high-quality system of education in our state. There are some important points we will bring into these discussions, and we encourage those of you who also serve on this committee to consider raising these points as well. First, higher education is demonstrably underfunded in Nevada, and thus it is time for a renaissance in the mindset of legislators, such that they fully recognize the value of their investment in educating our population as a direct pipeline to the state's workforce across sectors. Whether at the community colleges or universities, underfunding is what creates the risk of underperformance. Our faculty in our institutions will undoubtedly perform at the highest possible levels given the funding that's provided. Punitive performance measures that demonstrate no variation are not an appropriate way to incentivize outcomes. Frankly, our faculty do not need legislative encouragement to achieve their goals. Just look at this year's tenure cohort. Faculty across the system are recognized national leaders who are fully committed to student success as well as their scholarly contributions. Faculty are highly educated, highly motivated people. If we are fully funded as institutions, we will have the necessary resources to build faculty and staff capacity, and we will be able to perform at the highest possible level. Another often discussed myth is the idea that higher education does not need full investment by the state because we have other sources of funding. Well, those other sources, such as faculty grant activity, is an indicator of hard work and high performance, which we feel should be rewarded, not used as a rationale for underfunding. We need to flip the script on that idea and encourage legislators to think of state funding as an investment in the ability of faculty to bring more federal funding into Nevada. The higher their investment, the bigger the return. Another key point that needs to be included in the discussion is shifting to a model that funds the full costs of operating a modern college or university, beyond a singular focus on the quote-unquote instructional budget. Our institutions have many diverse priorities, and we need resources to fully support the broad scope of our missions. For example, meager capital investments that are insufficient to cover even deferred maintenance will not propel our system to greater heights. We need significant capital investment to modernize and support continued growth. We need funding to invest in teaching innovations, cover increasing utility costs, support needed research and technology infrastructure, bolster employee well-being, and yes, we need ongoing investments in campus safety. Given these needs, a modernized state funding formula needs to reflect the fact that NSHE is comprised of complex institutions with a highly trained workforce and a diverse mission that is critical to the future success of Nevada. I have one final point on the funding study. In the most recent committee hearing, Chair Hardesty asked each president to prepare their own proposal to outline the parameters of a suggested new funding model. And we encourage each president to engage with their faculty senates to elicit direct faculty input on ideas that help shape their proposed model. Doing so will not only honor shared governance, but will also help generate new and perhaps innovative perspectives from the intelligent, talented pool that comprises the faculty workforce in our institutions. It is important that the committee embrace the opportunity to propose an all-new structure that results in dramatic increases in higher education funding for our state. As the committee's recommendations are put forward to legislators, we hope they will be accompanied by a compelling rationale that helps shift the mindset to one that recognizes the value of our institutions in creating a long-term impact on the well-being of our state. A high-functioning, high-impact higher education system can only result from appropriate investment by the state, which, if provided, will pay off for decades to come across Nevada's workforce. Another important request that we encourage the Regents and Chancellor to start is a process to find permanent presidents for CSN, GBC, and TMCC with all possible haste. As you know, there are cycles to recruiting higher education executives, and any delay risks falling behind other institutions engaged in similar searches, competing for candidates. Your faculty senates at these colleges look forward to being engaged in these searches. To wrap up, I want to reassure you that faculty across the system and the faculty senates, which represent them in shared governance, are capable and ready to engage. We welcome opportunities to contribute, collaborate, and offer positive, thoughtful contributions to address challenging and complex situations. We're grateful for the additional time afforded us in this meeting and look forward to continuing to play an active role in your discussions as well as those on our respective campuses moving forward. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. In consideration of timing, I just want to announce before we move on to our next item that after the chancellor's report, I'll forego the board chair's report. Much of what I was going to say, others have said, and there'll be time at the end of the meeting tomorrow as well. But I'd like to, after the chancellor, I'll go on to consent, and then we'll move to President Whitfield's evaluation. Then we'll honor Regent Getty's, the Nevada Distinguished Nevadans, and then move on to President Acharya's evaluation, just so everybody is aware of how we're going to move that around for today. So next we'll go on to item number 8, Chancellor's Report.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, and Presidents. I'm actually going to abbreviate my comments in the respective time, as we'll have some more time tomorrow to talk about important things such as the budget. Since our last quarterly meeting in December, I wanted to just remind you that we have welcomed 2 new members of the system administration team that will be key partners with not just the board, but also our institution. And that's Mr. Eric Gilliland as Chief Human Resources Officer, and I know he's here today, and also Ms. Elizabeth Callahan, our Public Information Officer. These are important positions that have been vacant for some time, and I know that there's been great interest to fill those positions. On behalf of all of our system team, I also wanted to expend appreciation to the presidents and your teams at each of the institutions for the hard work and effort that you went in and put forward in presenting and preparing your institutional biennial budget presentations and your priorities. This is important information, and the board will have an opportunity to hear much more detail about that tomorrow. Over the past several weeks, NSHE presented at the initial meeting of the Interim Committee on Education and shared an overview of the system, which included enrollment and staffing data and demographics, fee waiver information, co-requisite data, and the status of implementation of 2023 legislation that was passed. Over the coming months, we anticipate a much deeper dive on student persistence, fee waivers, updates on the legislative audit, dual enrollment, and micro-credentialing. On February 12th, as you have heard, the Committee on the Higher Education Funding Formula met and held its second meeting. The committee received reports from System Administration, specifically Vice Chancellor Vatone, regarding performance funding, a presentation from our consultants, HCM Strategies, and received information from some of the institutional presidents regarding their mission and how those missions guide their budget priorities and recommendations on improvements to the formula. The next meeting is scheduled for March 19th, where the committee will hear from the remaining institutions, and then again, also the opportunity for presidents to entertain and to introduce ideas around how the funding formula can be improved upon. The Ad Hoc Committee on Public Safety continues to work in the areas of policy development and to develop and prioritize initiatives, training, resource requirements in support of the safety of our faculty, staff, students, communities, and our campuses. A huge appreciation and thank you to Chief Garcia and all the representatives from the campuses, which included faculty, staff, students, system administration, and the state, including the governor's office, for their hard work. Much is to be done, and much is already happening. I also wanted to just add that Director of Government Relations, Alejandro Rodriguez, and I continue to meet with legislators, local elected officials, and community leaders in support of the mission and priorities of this board, the system, our institutions, and how we can focus on collaborations for success in the future. Congratulations to all the Regents Award recipients that were identified at the ARSA committee today. And also want to acknowledge the faculty that you will be entertaining the vote of tenure today for their hard work and the great work that they do in support of students throughout the system. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. So now we'll go on to item number 10, consent items. So 10A through 10G will be considered together unless any regions want to pull any out. At this time, I will.
Motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion to approve
I'll second it.
from Regent McMichael and a second from Regent Del Carlo. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I just want to take a moment to say congratulations to all of the faculty members who have earned tenure. I know it's a long process, very rigorous, and I just want to say congratulations to all of you for that. All right, we will move on to item number 13. That is the personnel session for the periodic evaluation for President Keith E. Whitfield. And for this, I will turn it over to Chancellor Charlton.
Good afternoon, and thank you again. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. First, I want to thank you for the time today to provide a report on the periodic evaluation for UNLV President Keith Whitfield. The process used for the presidential evaluation is prescribed in the Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Chapter 2, Section 2. Today, you will receive 2 evaluations, and this is the first time that presidents are participating under the current policy. You will hear a third at your June meeting. At the request of the presidents, these evaluations are being brought forward to this meeting in advance of the contract date and for President Whitfield, August 24, 2024. As a result of the transition in the office of the chancellor, these evaluations were completed in an aggressive timeline with a launch on September the 15th, 2023, including establishing the committee, submission of the president's self-evaluation, facilitating interviews, discussions along the way with the president, employee forums, as well as completion of a report that is going to be presented to you shortly for your consideration. As there are 3 presidential periodic evaluations that were in order for this academic year, in order to facilitate this process, the Procedures and Guidelines Manual allows for the support of an external consultant to be utilized. I'm going to introduce Ms. Lori Perdue, who has served as the consultant for this process. Ms. Perdue serves as the National Workforce Director of the University of Phoenix, has been in our community for a very long time, and she will even tell you she is a proud UNR graduate as well. And she is also very involved with the LVGEA and serves as vice chairwoman of that group for the Workforce Committee. I also want to give an appreciation for the committee that was involved in this process, as they really did a Herculean effort to move this process forward in a timely manner so that we could bring this to your review and consideration today. And so with that, Ms. Perdue is going to provide an overview of the evaluation and the process, and then we will entertain questions or for the president as well. I did want to also give an appreciation for President Whitfield, because I know we had a lot of very short timelines, as I think you got your memo on September the 15th, and on September the 25th, you presented a very comprehensive self-evaluation as well as a number of steps along the way. So thank you for your patience and for your time. Now, Ms. Perdue.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Board of Regents, Presidents, and Chancellor. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Lori Perdue, and I did do the evaluations for Dr. Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. My job was to support the evaluation committee and facilitate the periodic presidential evaluation process. Today, I aim to provide you with an overview of the process, as detailed as I can, how the information and feedback were gathered, as well as a summary of the evaluation committee's position regarding the 9 NSHE established performance criteria. So the periodic presidential evaluation process began for the evaluation committee with appointment from the chancellor. The committee included Chancellor Patty Charlton, Tom Kaplan, Executive Vice President of the Vice President of Development and Design for Wolfgang Puck, Peter Guzman, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce, Nicole Thomas, UNLV graduate and Professional Studies Student Body President, and Bill Robinson, 2023-24 UNLV Faculty Senate Chair and Assistant Professor of Economics. Also in attendance at each meeting were Sherry Olson, Director of Human Resources, and Stephanie Flatt, Human Resources Support for NSHE. Given the tight deadlines and the complexity of the evaluation, they were instrumental in keeping us on track and making sure that we were doing things in line with the processes. So the evaluation committee first met on October 13th, 2023, and the evaluation committee reviewed the process, the timelines required for the evaluation, and at that point, the committee had the opportunity to review the self-evaluation that President Whitfield had submitted. On October 26th, we met with President Whitfield. We had the opportunity for him to present his report and also ask questions and gain clarification when needed. After he left, we had the opportunity as a group to come up with the interview questions that would be used for the stakeholder interviews as well as the open forum session. And then between October 30th and November 17th, the evaluation committee conducted 32 interviews with President Whitfield's direct reports, community members, NSHE presidents, UNLV administrators, UNLV faculty members, and NSHE cabinet members. Then on November 9th, the open forum session was held on UNLV's campus for faculty, administration, and classified employees and students to share their feedback. There was approximately 50 participants in attendance, and we were able to get great information from that event. In the interviews in the open forum session, stakeholders weighed in on the following areas of President Whitfield's performance in his first term. They were asked about his strengths and opportunities for improvement, the president's impact on creating a diverse and inclusive environment at UNLV, how the president puts the interests of students and faculty before his own, innovation at UNLV under his leadership, how the reputation of UNLV has been impacted during his time as president, as well as the current state of morale on campus under the president's leadership. The evaluation committee reconvened after the interviews in the open forum to synthesize the information that they gathered and create a summary report for President Whitfield. The summary included diverse perspectives and input from stakeholder interviews and the open forum meeting. The findings were presented to President Whitfield by the evaluation committee on November 27th. During this time, the 39-question faculty survey was deployed to 3,016 faculty members and had a 16% response rate with 491 faculty responding. The survey results were reviewed in a meeting with the Chancellor and the President, and they're reflected in the final report. The final report was presented to the Chancellor and President Whitfield on January 5th. As you can imagine, with the tragic events of December 6th, time was scarce, distractions were many, so the final review was done over 2 meetings to ensure that we did a thorough, comprehensive review of the report, and so that meeting was conducted on January 24th. The full evaluation committee met with President Whitfield twice throughout the process. The Chancellor and I met with President Whitfield 4 times, and the Chancellor had additional meetings with President Whitfield reviewing the faculty survey. Now that you have an idea of the process, I'll walk you through each of the criteria and highlight the elements that demonstrate that President Whitfield fulfilled the expectations in his first term. Criteria 1, progress on meeting previously established goals of the President, including any relevant data. It was clear that President Whitfield had made considerable progress in meeting previously established goals, as evidenced by the creation and execution of UNLV's Top Tier 2.0 strategic plan, and the associated metrics and data points that were provided in his self-evaluation. President Whitfield's early term goals, along with the strategic plan, provided a framework for advancing key areas such as student success, research, scholarship, and creative activity, UNLV academic health, socioeconomic development, community partnerships, and social justice, equity, and inclusion. The self-evaluation, along with the evidence gathered by the committee, underscores the tangible progress that was made in these areas. Detailed information provided in the self-evaluation and throughout the final report that you've received further supports the committee's conclusion that criteria 1 was met. Criteria 2 has 3 subsections to it, A, B, and C. The assessment of the institution's advancement of goals outlined in the institution's strategic plan under the President's stewardship, including the following. There's, like I said, 3 areas. We took 2 at one time. So A and B A is the assessment of the institutional initiatives designed to support the institutional strategic plan, and B, a review of the institutional metrics established to measure progress towards the achievement of goals outlined in the institutional strategic plan pursuant to Title IV, Chapter 14 of the Board Handbook. Under President Whitfield's leadership, there's been notable progress in advancing the institution's goals as outlined in the strategic plan, particularly in the realm of student success. The following key points highlight this progress. First was institutional initiatives. President Whitfield implemented 16 initiatives during his first term to improve and support student achievement. These initiatives were designed to address risks associated with first-year and continuing students and provide proactive solutions and resources and activities to positively impact student achievement. Importantly, these initiatives also aim to foster a sense of belonging and campus connection, which directly influences persistence and performance. Under B, review of the institutional metrics, metrics established in the strategic plan have shown promising results. Enrollment has seen incremental growth over the past 3 years, with the fall 2023 enrollment returning to pre-COVID levels. Graduation rates have also increased, with the 4-year graduation rate rising from 19.4% to 26.4%, and the 6-year graduation rate increasing from 44.8% to 50%. President Whitfield is committed to continuing work in this area and specifically addressing lower graduation rates that are realized when you measure graduation rates by ethnicity. He already has implemented tools and resources to support the African American and Native American students who have the lowest graduation rates. Lastly, persistence and retention rates also improved by 1.3% in 2022, indicating positive momentum with the student retention efforts. These achievements underscore President Whitfield's commitment to enhancing student success and aligning institutional initiatives to the strategic goals. The faculty survey positively reinforced this finding, with 80% of the faculty surveyed agreeing that he promotes student retention efforts. We felt A and B of criteria 2 were met. The third area of criteria 2 is the assessment of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in the support of institutional strategic plan and the board's strategic goals. Under President Whitfield's leadership, there's been a concerted effort to enhance DE&I programming and foster a more inclusive campus environment. Key points regarding DE&I initiatives included the restructuring and realignment of those activities. President Whitfield recognized the need to improve diversity programming early in his tenure and took proactive steps to restructure and realign diversity efforts for a more impactful campus-wide approach to DE&I. Partnerships and pilot programs, multiple diversity partnerships have been established during his first term, indicating a commitment to fostering collaboration and leveraging external resources to advance DE&I efforts. Additionally, the implementation of a pilot program is ongoing to improve faculty and staff hiring processes by increasing the diversity of the candidate pools and reflecting a strategic approach to addressing systemic barriers to diversity inclusion with faculty. Stakeholder perception. There was confirming positive feedback received from stakeholders, with 84% of interviewees agreeing that UNLV's diverse and inclusive environment has improved under President Whitfield's leadership. The committee feels the criteria were met. However, there is more work to be done. It was noted that stakeholders would like to see more work continue in this area and DE&I progress at UNLV. So criteria 3. An assessment of the degree to which the president's goals have been aligned with the goals of the board, the institution's strategic plan, and the goals of the state. It is evident that President Whitfield has prioritized student success as a central focus of his leadership at UNLV. He has demonstrated an early commitment to challenging COVID and post-COVID times, aligning his goals with the broader objectives of the institution, the board, and the state. President Whitfield's self-evaluation, which included metrics associated with progress in each of these areas, provided tangible evidence of achievements and alignment of his goals with the institutional priorities. Criteria 4, an assessment of overall quality of the institution. It was evidence that President Whitfield had made strides in enhancing academic quality at UNLV by strengthening his leadership team, positively impacting campus culture, increasing investments, growing research efforts, as well as demonstrating through rankings and awards and infrastructure development. President Whitfield's efforts to strengthen the leadership team and promote efficiency and outcomes through strategic reassignments and reorganizations have contributed to a more cohesive and effective leadership structure at UNLV. The positive feedback received from stakeholder interviews underscored the effectiveness of his leadership style and his commitment to shared governance. President Whitfield's commitment to growing interdisciplinary research at UNLV was evidenced by the addition of the Hispanic Minority and NAPISI Serving Research Development Area that was added and aligns to the institution's goal of serving diverse student populations and communities. Moreover, President Whitfield's approach to monitoring and impacting campus culture through communication, collaboration, and engagement activities has resulted in a more stable and engaged campus environment. An important level of support was demonstrated with 95% of faculty respondents agreeing that President Whitfield communicates well with the campus community. Furthermore, President Whitfield's efforts to promote UNLV accomplishments and achievements on a local and national level, as well as recognition in various rankings and awards, reflect his dedication to enhancing the institution's reputation and visibility. Lastly, President Whitfield, his progress with short and long-term infrastructure investments, planning, and execution demonstrates his commitment to elevating UNLV as an institution, improving program outcomes, and enhancing overall staff, student, faculty, and community experiences. Overall Criteria 4 highlights President Whitfield's multifaceted approach to advancing the academic quality, and evidence provides support, and the conclusion is the criteria was met. Criteria 5, an assessment of financial status of the institution. The report provided an overview of UNLV's financial stability and President Whitfield's role in maintaining it, especially during challenging times such as the pandemic and reductions in state appropriations. Overall, the financial metrics demonstrate UNLV's sound financial management under President Whitfield's leadership. His strategic spending management and proactive measures, including the prudent use of higher ed emergency relief funds, have contributed to UNLV's financial stability and resilience in the face of challenge. President Whitfield's focus on maintaining appropriate cash balances and ensuring liquidity and managing debt effectively have positioned UNLV well for continued success and growth. Criteria 6, an assessment of the challenges and opportunities facing the institution. President Whitfield was asked to provide a thoughtful assessment of challenges and opportunities facing UNLV. President Whitfield's achievements during his first time have indeed laid a solid foundation for the institution to address the challenges and leverage opportunities for further improvement and advancement. The challenges that were presented were increased homelessness around the campus, potential abuse of AI, competition for diverse faculty, economic fluctuations in state funding, and the impact of mental health vulnerability. The opportunities that he plans to leverage are increased program offerings to support economic development, growth of local sport team engagement, optimizing medical tourism industry, and growing community partnerships, and the development of a North Las Vegas campus. Overall, President Whitfield's recognition and understanding of these challenges and opportunities demonstrates a proactive approach to strategic planning and his commitment to position UNLV for continued success and growth. Criteria 7, we're almost there. There's only a couple more. Hang in there. An assessment of the President's relationships with the board, the institutional leadership, faculty, and other key stakeholders. The committee did a thorough assessment of President Whitfield's relationships with stakeholders as evaluated under Criterion 7. It is noted that President Whitfield was new to the community taking on this role, and for a first term new to Las Vegas UNLV president, President Whitfield demonstrated effectiveness in building relationships at multiple levels, within the institution, with the local community, and across the state. The community believes that he has met the criteria. The committee believes that he has met the criteria, yet there's additional opportunity for further relationship building and development if his role continues. As an active member of multiple local and national boards, his participation was highlighted through stakeholder interviews. He sits on the Vegas Chamber, the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, Safe Cities Network, the Mountain West Conference, National Board for Junior Achievement, and is engaged with the MGM College Opportunity Program, MGM Public Policy Institute, the NAACP of Las Vegas, First Nevada, Junior Achievement of Southern Nevada, and the LVMPD Foundation. It was evidence that President Whitfield built relationships with stakeholders including institutional leadership and faculty, community and business leaders, foundation members, alumni, donors, Board of Regents, NSHE presidents, and state-level relationships. President Whitfield demonstrated positive relationship-building efforts with various stakeholders, but the goal is for this work to continue and develop. Criteria 8, the identification of professional development and the president wishes to pursue. President Whitfield identified the following areas of professional development that he wishes to pursue. I'm going to give you the high points because you have the detail in the report, but strategic planning engagement, crisis management, technology advancements, and leadership development. Criteria 9 was goals that the president proposes for themselves over the course of the next year or contract period as appropriate. President Whitfield shared that he will continue to grow and develop strong external partnerships in his next term, further opportunities for the development of faculty and staff, and he will continue to work and refine and improve efforts to support and increase student success for all students of UNLV. Specifically, Dr. Whitfield shared goals that he has for UNLV's progress between now and 2030. So this is included but not limited to increasing enrollment to 40,000, improved graduation rates to 60%, grow the medical school student class size to 120, improve persistence and graduation rates for minority groups, and increase diversity of the faculty population. These goals and foresight demonstrate Dr. Whitfield's commitment to student success and the continued growth and impact UNLV can make as a campus and institution in the community. The committee heard consistent feedback that Dr. Whitfield has led with a student success first approach, and he's been effective in making changes that positively impact student success at UNLV, and these goals align with that approach. The committee also identified 5 areas of opportunity to help Dr. Whitfield grow and develop as the president of UNLV. These opportunities were shared with him in the second meeting with the committee, as well as subsequent meetings with the chancellor and myself. In the meeting with the chancellor and myself, Dr. Whitfield discussed existing initiatives that align with the opportunities that were presented to him. He also presented plans and ideas that he has to share to support the areas of opportunities identified and ultimately positively impact UNLV's broader strategic plan and the long-term vision he has for the university. Again, I won't go into the detail, but one of the opportunities was to create strong presence in community engagement, establish relationships and leverage and optimize them. Increase advocacy at the federal and state level with politics and policy. Champion a commitment to a high-quality internal performance. Increase engagement with faculty. And grow communication. Being viewed as an effective communicator internally and externally, there's opportunity to further develop communication. It's the position of the evaluation committee that President Whitfield met and established the criteria in his role, and through thorough understanding of areas that he can optimize and develop in his second term, it's the feeling of the committee that he can continue strong improvement and progress that he started at UNLV, and under his leadership, the institution can continue to grow in student achievement, research efforts, academic health, socioeconomic development, campus culture, and community partnerships.
Thank you, Lori. Don't go far, I'm sure. That completes the report that we wanted to provide for you today for President Whitfield. We also wanted to recognize that this is President Whitfield's first term as president of UNLV. He actually joined the campus during COVID, so I think as he mentioned to us, he was the only person on campus, so it was a very lonely time, and so it was a little bit different when all of a sudden everybody was coming back, but I think he thrives on that. And so with that, we'd like to just turn it to you, Chair Carvalho, and to members of the board, if you should have questions for either the president, myself, or the consultant.
Thank you, Chancellor. Before I open it up for any comments or questions by regents, I would like to give Mr. Wixom just a moment to put a remark on the record.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Michael Wixom for the record. I just want to caution the board that under the board's policy and guidelines manual, to the extent that faculty surveys were done, those faculty surveys remain confidential, and any discussion of the faculty surveys have to be limited to the synopsis of the faculty surveys that were included within the reports. So no specific references or discussions of the faculty surveys are permitted under the open meeting law and under the board policies and guidelines. The remarks today need to be limited to what has been presented to the board and what is a matter of public record. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wixom. So I will open it up to Regent McMichael.
I just have a short statement to make. Motion to approve.
Second.
Regent Tarkanian, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said second.
Okay, I thought so.
wasn't joking.
I thought so. I just wanted to be sure. Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent McMichael and a second from Regent Tarkanian to accept the evaluation report.
If I may, Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
pardon me for interrupting. I think to clarify, there are several different aspects of the agenda item, and so we need to specify what's part of the motion. So to the extent that the reports have been presented, the motion can be a motion, of course, for the receipt and approval of the reports, but also as part of the agenda item, there were other matters that may or may not be included within an item. And so you may, of course, bifurcate your consideration and move for approval of the reports as presented. You may also, under the agenda item as it's agendized, include other matters as a separate motion. And so I would caution the board as you go forward that you keep that point in mind, that if you're approving the receipt of the reports, you certainly may do that, but the agenda item also envisions other matters that may or may not be included in the motion.
Okay, Regent McMichael, how would you like to frame your motion?
Motion to approve agenda item number 13 as stated.
I'm not sure, would that, as stated in the agenda item, would that be okay, Mr. Wixom? Or?
Well, again, if you look at the agenda item, it can include other, for example, the board may take action which may include, but is not limited to, accepting the report and giving direction regarding the president's role, performance of his duties and responsibilities. And so what I heard you say, Regent McMichael, is that you have a motion to accept the report. You certainly may do that, but to the extent the board has other matters it would like to include in the motion, I would respectfully suggest that you may want to withhold the motion until the board comes to a determination if you have other matters to include. Because if you move for approval of that item as presented, it will have to be specifically bifurcated so that you're moving for only the acceptance of the report and you reserve the opportunity to include other matters as part of the agenda item. So you may proceed in one of three ways. You can withdraw the motion, you can include the motion and then clarify that the motion is included, it refers only to the receipt of the report, and you reserve rights for another motion within the agenda item for other matters that the board may want to discuss. And my suggestion is for clarity that you should, in my view and experience, you should probably withdraw the motion and make one motion under the agenda item rather than two or three. Otherwise, the record becomes clouded. And so that would be my recommendation.
All right, at this time, I withdraw my motion.
Right, and so Regent Tarkanian, you'll withdraw your second as well? For the time being?
For the time being, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may,
appreciate that.
Regent Carvalho, my intent is not to suggest that the action is inappropriate. I just am trying to be respectful of the way the matter is agendized and the board's deliberation so that you don't inadvertently cut off deliberation on a matter and prevent the board from fully discussing an issue.
Understood.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Wixom. Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record, and where I appreciate my colleagues' haste, I do think that this is an important opportunity for the board to understand how the president kind of sees his role, leadership style, strategic vision, and plans for the future of UNLV. So I am happy that we have some time to ask some questions. My first question is, reflecting on your time at UNLV, how would you describe your experience leading the institution in terms of innovation, operational change, personnel management, and community engagement?
For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV, responding to Regent Brown. I'm very envious of Regent McMichael's ability to be able to be brief. I can be really, really loud. I don't know what's happening. So let me try to remember each one of the categories. One of them was about innovation. Trying to be simple and not inclusive of everything. One of the innovations that I brought during the time is a President's Innovation Challenge, which was a student-oriented challenge. It's a way in which you can provide students an opportunity to go outside the classroom and be interdisciplinary. That's one way. Another project that we're working on is called Dreamscape, which is a way in which we can provide immersive learning where students are completely ensconced within in a learning environment and follow particular learning objectives, but in a way that's truly a 21st century way to do it. So there's innovation. What other one? Operational changes. Just a couple of operational changes to note, although there have been a lot. One of them that both of these kind of deal with things that I heard when I first got here about the culture. So one of the first things that I did was working with the provost to be able to hire an ombudsperson to make sure that there was an outlet for people to be able to have a conversation and to think and strategize about how they might go about reducing or eliminating a conflict that they might have. A second one relative to faculty, staff, culture, whatever, was a reorganization that I did relative to the vice president for HR. So that was somebody who reported down. I have them so that they report more directly to me. And the other piece that we did with that move was to make that person the chief people officer. Trying to send the notion that we really want to be people first. This was happening during COVID, and one of the things that I know I related to from the outside was seeing that the university was really prioritizing taking care of people first, and then figuring out how you do all the other things that still need to be done with the university during a pandemic. So that's two for that. What other topic area? Personnel management. There's been a whole bunch of that going on. A couple of examples include making sure that we had an individual to be able to work with the Sports Innovation Institute to be able to get it off the ground. That's with a fellow by the name of Jay Vickers. So that was one important piece. Another, I think, related piece that's in the economic development realm was that I brought in Bo Bernhard to be the VP for Economic Development. And it's just thinking of many personnel actions we made, that one was extremely significant because it comes back, and because of the way, if you know Bo, you know how Bo operates. Bo knows everybody. But one of the things that he's done is carry on one of the foci that I wanted to have us do, which is to be better represented in the community. And so from an economic development perspective, he's done an incredible job with that, growing our research park from arguably about 5 organizations, companies, to over 100 that are out there. And so that has been a piece that connects this main mission of the university of being able to graduate students and to be able to contribute to the workforce with real connections within the community so that we have even better outlets, as well as bringing the power of what a university can do in terms of economic development. So for community engagement, there's been a number of those. One of the ones that always strikes me is somebody had mentioned about the Martin Luther King Day Parade here in Las Vegas. And when I went in 2022, I was told I was the first president to ever go to the Martin Luther King Day Parade. And I found that to be odd. Did a little research and found out that I was. And so the first year I walked, that was an experience. Not a big walker, rather be driving. So I brought one of my cars the next year. And then this last year, we put the Rebel Ride in, which it gets UNLV recognized very quickly. So that's been one piece of the community engagement. I think the rest of the community engagement has been working with organizations like the LVGEA. Gee whiz, somebody works for the LVGEA, right? Okay. So one of the things that we've tried to do with them, what I did first was to ask, and in as short a hand as you could give me, what is the LVGEA for? And what I was told is that they were to bring new businesses to the Valley. That's one of their responsibilities, one of the things they're charged with. And so one of the things that I've used as a mechanism for community engagement is to make sure that they knew everything that was going on at UNLV. Because I think having a Research One institution for businesses, industries that want to try to come to the Valley, they need to know that they're going to have an educated workforce. And not only an educated workforce to graduate them, but also opportunities to be able to produce material to be able to retrain their folks. Because at least particularly, I think, in the tech industry, there's constant knowledge that needs to be updated. And so we can be a partner in that. And I think we've made a good connection through the LVGEA to demonstrate for this entire region what a value of UNLV actually is.
Yeah, and thank you so much. I do think that, President's Challenge, I was lucky enough to be a part of it this year. That's a really special thing that we offer the students, so thank you for doing that. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, but I just wanted to follow up on one thing that you said about culture. And I just want to touch on that. Like, how do you think that you encourage culture, like a collaborative, innovative culture within your leadership team? And then obviously when there's going to be collaboration and innovation, there's going to be some dissent. And so how do you handle feedback and dissent in that?
So for the first piece about the leadership team piece, it was interesting. So when I first started here, and we still do it, but we just don't do it as often. What we did was to save 15 minutes at the end of our cabinet meetings and to be able to provide shout outs. So a shout out is just simply being able to say, hey, I worked with so-and-so and we were able to work on X, Y, or Z project. It followed a statement that I made to my cabinet, which was, please don't get your feelings hurt if I assign two of you to work on a project together. My expectation is that we will make sure that it's always two heads are better than one, and that we'll work together to be able to solve problems. So there's that piece. What was the second part?
How do you handle feedback and
There's never any dissenting opinions. Everything I say is just law. It never happens that way. And actually, I think that we have a lot of differences of opinions. We've been dealing with some issues that have been going on, and for every single issue, there's differing opinions. I believe that my staff feels very, very comfortable telling me that I'm wrong. They don't do it often, but they do it often enough. And what we do is to find a way to try to come together to find a consensus. I would give the example specifically about the December 6th attack, that there is no playbook. And so as we went along, there was constant decision points to be able to be made. We didn't always agree. We had to come to some consensus at the end of the day. to move forward because we had to keep moving forward. But that was a perfect example, if you could see it in real time, of lots of dissension coming to agreed upon when we had difference of opinion to come to a consensus on things.
Thank you for those questions, Regent Brown. Yes, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Whitfield, I think I can help you with a couple of those communications and innovation and all that stuff. I thought in the beginning, I don't know if you still do it for communication. You had that robot that you used to talk to. I loved it. And you had named him Patrick or something like that. What happened to him? Do you still communicate with that?
We called him Patrick, and he got in a lot of trouble.
I know
So,
that. Yeah.
no,
Patrick's usually do. Yeah.
Thank you for that example. It kind of talks a little bit about innovation.
Yeah.
And even, I'd even say, almost my frustration of that, as was mentioned, I started in August of 2020, front end of the pandemic. I was so excited to come here. This is my dream job. And came here and walked onto the main quad of the campus and saw no one. And thought, oh, I forgot, there's a pandemic going on. Just because I'm excited about being here doesn't mean that we're not doing a bunch of other stuff. So it was following to one of the things that I want to be known for, which is as a student success president, being very concerned that in the world that folks live today, there's so many different lanes in which they actually make communications that it's hard. I mean, with our students, we fight with this all the time. Is it better to give a text message or an email or use our LMS system? How can we communicate with them? And so that was just, me, doing a dozen hours worth of just talking, which I can do, and using technology that we had from our graduates. That's one of the important, cool things. And to be able to put it together to have one additional way in which we were trying to connect students and make sure that they had what they needed during the pandemic.
Dr. Whitfield, I think you're awesome and you should stay with us, please. Okay.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Any other, Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you for all of the comments that you've made, President Whitfield, in regards to the questions that have been fielded to you. If it's okay with you, President Whitfield, I actually have some questions that have more to do with policy, and I think the interim chancellor might be better equipped to answer some of those questions. This was the first time that I got to experience the survey in terms of the presidential evaluations. And what I was wondering is, are classified workers a part of the survey process?
So, thank you, Regent Brooks, for the question. Actually, within the policy that's set forth in the P&G manual, it does refer to the survey being administered to faculty. And so that would include academic and administrative. What we did, however, through our Human Resources Office, was to provide an opportunity for some engagement with the classified council at UNLV. And one of the things I wanted to note for the board is a conversation that we have had with both President Whitfield and President Achara, who we will be talking about his evaluation shortly, is to engage with continuous improvement on this policy, because this is a fairly new policy in the way that it is structured today. And so we will also want to, after we have one more evaluation this year, to also engage with that president. We've engaged with the committees themselves, and then also with the board. How are there ways that we can improve and ensure that this policy works appropriately? And I will tell you that the inclusion of classified is at the very top of the list.
Okay. And then in terms of, because this really is part of the evaluation process upon contract, renewal. In terms of the system, what is the matrix that the system office would be using to hold presidents accountable, so that as the interim chancellor, or chancellor is taking a look at what has been the function of the president during the course of time of presidency?
Certainly. So first, there are two processes. One, there is the annual evaluation that is also included in the Procedures and Guidelines Manual, and then there's also the periodic evaluation. There are recommendations that have come forth from this evaluation process, and then the other thing that I also did is to look at prior evaluations, and I looked specifically at the evaluation that was done December of 2022. By former Chancellor Eric Giaga, and so looked at the progress that was made at that point, as well as looking at the criteria as was communicated by Ms. Perdue. And so we looked at that, and so as we move forward, I see after today or tomorrow, President Whitfield and I will sit down again and set perhaps some of those goals for some of the recommendations that came forward. And then also, I know he's doing great work on the strategic plan with his entire institution, and to measure that progress as well. And so to also engage that with the annual evaluation process that will come forward now that we have a Chief Human Resources Officer, and we appreciate all the work that our director has been doing, but to set forward that annual evaluation process. And that has changed also somewhat, where a summary will come back to this body.
If I may, Michael Wixon for the record, I caution the board that the presidential evaluation process has not been agendized for discussion. Only President Whitfield's evaluation has been agendized for discussion. So in terms of a general discussion about how the process applied to President Whitfield is entirely appropriate. Specific discussions about the process itself or an evaluation process needs to be agendized as a separate agenda item.
Sorry, Mr. Wixom, that's on me.
So for President Whitfield's survey, who comes up with those questions?
According to the policy that's set forth, there's a standard instrument that addresses the criteria that's outlined in the policy. And then we also engage with the Faculty Senate representative of the committee, who then has the opportunity to add questions. It then goes through a review process, including HR, and then also our legal counsel to ensure that the questions are appropriate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. From my perspective, it almost, for specifically President Whitfield's survey, it seemed to be almost geared for a campus climate survey, because some of the matrix that the board would use or the system would use are already on our dashboard, right? To be able to take a look at what does enrollment look like? What does awards given at an institution look like? And so there's probably some great conversation that the board could have at a later date regarding what this evaluation process looks like. But it, from my perspective, seemed like a lot of time. And I don't know if that time was best spent, right, in terms of what the process currently looks like. And perhaps there's some conversation that can take place for improvement. Now, I appreciate all of the time that you spent with this and the consultant and the committees and everybody who is involved, because it is a lot of time. And so I thank everybody for being a part of the process, and thank you for fielding the questions.
Thank you, Regent Brooks.
Thank you. Regent Goodman?
Thank you. I just have a couple of comments. President Whitfield, you and I have always had, I think, great conversations. And I think what I would offer is, you know, we talk about giving direction. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure I'm even in a space to give you direction. I am very, I think you're very accomplished. But I would say that there are certain things that are in my wheelhouse. And we've always had conversation, and I would encourage you to look to the chancellor and the board for support. I think the only thing that I have found that is more political than politics is academia. And I would encourage you to look to us as a support. And moving forward, I just wanted to offer that to you and let you know that I'm here, and I'm sure I could speak for my colleagues and say the same. My other only concern that I have is when we are, when there's positions that are open, and I really can't speak to this because of what Patrick had said earlier about the CSN president position. However, I can speak to best practice, and I do think it's important that if we don't fill a position and there's an interim, let's get that search started and get that position filled. I do think that where there's uncertainty, there's things that can stir up, and I think the sooner we can act on filling positions or executing searches, I think it will be really helpful. And that's really all I have to offer at this moment in time. And I thank you for all you've done, and I'm grateful for our relationship.
Thank you. Regent Brown, go ahead.
I wanted to give my colleagues some time, but I do have a couple more questions. Regent Brown, for the record. Again, just going back and foreshadowing for the other presidents for later this year, these are the same questions I will have. So obviously your cabinet is important. It's crucial. We all know that not just one person can lead anything. So how do you assess the performance of your executive cabinet? What criteria do you use, and how often do these evaluations happen?
For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. In terms of evaluations of cabinet members, there's actually something in, I think, board policy where it's supposed to be done every 3 years. We're catching up. I think, not to make an excuse, but COVID did throw us off just a little bit. And so we're starting some of those, which will be those regular 3-year evaluations. We also do them each year where the person sets out information about what they plan on doing. I give them an evaluation on how I think that they have done in terms of achieving their goals from the previous year. And then make it's not written in stone, but a plan for the things that we're going to achieve in the coming year. And so that is done once a year. Tends to be in the springtime, about this time. And so that's a review for each one of those individual levels. We do some group leveling that is usually done during a retreat that I hold at least one a year. It's usually 2 a year, where we've talked about different places where we've intersected and where we've not intersected, but we should. Example of that is actually student affairs and athletics. Student affairs can actually be able to help athletics, I think, in terms of promoting things sometimes, just because that's what they do all the time. And those two groups, for example, have been working much better together. We probably doubled the number of students that came out for our free tuition T-shirt day, and I think that was an example of communication between leaders that really made that effective.
Yeah, I can comment to that. That was people were really excited. So I think it's nice that you're seeing more collaboration. Obviously, a huge institution, it's hard to have that happen. So I'm glad that's a priority for you. But with that in mind, there's obviously going to be some challenges. And so what specific challenges do you think that you could have used additional support or resources, whether it's from the system or from the community? Do you have any examples?
Trying to think of an example that comes to mind. I think one of the things, and this is me being hard about myself because I am part of UNLV, we are way too siloed. I think just because it's partly the way in which I was educated, it's partly the way in which I was actually trained as a scientist, and what's made me successful. I mean, I think I've gotten something like 30 publications since I've been here as president. People are like, wow, how in the world do you do it? Well, it's because I am so used to partnering that it's almost extreme the other direction. I think for our institution, and in part, I might attribute some of it to changes in leadership, that without consistency, it's hard to develop a certain kind of culture. And what often happens is that leaders basically batten down the hatches because they don't know who's coming after them. And then there becomes kind of a siloing effect. And so they think about themselves as a first resource. They don't think about trying to do things that are interdisciplinary or cross-hatch. We've been changing that, I think, pretty significantly here lately. but we still have a long way to go on that. And so that's going to be from making sure that we connect some of our deans with some of the people who are politicos or movers or shakers or influencers in the community. And I think that a lot of them are already doing it. It's just making sure that you support them and say that that's actually a value proposition, that that's what you should be doing. Some of the other things are just what I'm hoping that I can do in 4 more years, which is to really increase that. And partly it's from having mistakes be made and say, that's not the way we're going to do it. We're going to do it this way. And I think relative to the board, I think I get that information from you all. It just, from each one of you, it's never the same. It's different from depending on who it is, of little nuggets of things that I use to be able to actually continue to figure out ways that we can make better connections with the community. All of you all have different connections for lots of different reasons. I was thinking of Regent Cruz Crawford and her connection to the K through 12 space. And so we've done a couple of things where we had kids come to a Thomas and Mack basketball game. You know, there's things that we can do depending on the kinds of connections you all have in it. I just pick your brains. It just depends on what it is.
I really appreciate the honesty because I would say as a former rebel myself, a business owner and a community leader, I would say that being siloed within the institution is always a major theme. So I just really appreciate that honesty and the fact that you are trying to make strides to change that and get people working together. I think that will be a huge success in the for the institution moving forward. But with that in mind, you know, you have the UNLV community. We've acknowledged that there's silos, but how are you actively making sure the community feels heard, respected, and valued, and interacts with your administration, knowing that there are silos?
A couple of different ways. One way, and I want to give all the credit really to our deans because they came up with 6 different areas that are interdisciplinary areas. What happens from bringing those different groups of faculty together and finding their intersections is that they're seeing that a lot of it actually has a lot of practical sense. They're not just things that are research ideas for the sake of research ideas. And I can't tell you the 6 or 7 areas, but you know, one of them is about arid lands. So it's thinking about what's going on. Actually, it's another way in which we've reached out and connected and collaborated with DRI. So that provides the opportunity for it, and I think the deans have done a good job at starting that, but that's I think, going to continue to grow. And I think the other piece is that, I'll give you another example. Public Health had worked with the Raiders right before the Super Bowl to do, it's basically like Play 360. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but it's actually working with particularly young women and getting them involved with supported thinking about athletics. And so, you know, you've got this incredible organization that really does try to help the community. And then we partner along with them so we get a little bang for the buck because we're connected with the Raiders, and they get a bang for the buck because they get our intellectual capital as well as the capital of UNLV. So that's just an example of some of the things that are going on. There's always more to do. Sometimes you actually run out of people before you run out of opportunities for things to do. But one of the things that I'm thinking about, at least, we'll see what happens till tomorrow, but in the future, trying to think about ways in which we can actually write into a little bit more prescriptively that there's the research portion, there's the teaching portion, and then there's the service portion that you get evaluated on for tenure. And to make it a lot clearer about how important that service actually is. It's oftentimes just thought of as, oh yeah, and they were on a committee. Oh yeah, and they did something else. We need to see if we can figure out ways in which to articulate what the value truly is in that formulation for tenure and in that formulation for people being promoted to full professors.
I mean, you're never going to get an argument for me to embrace entrepreneurship in the academic space. And so I think that's wonderful that you are thinking there. My last question, and you kind of touched on it with your work with the Raiders and partnerships with the community, obviously working with DRI. But in what ways do you solicit input from the broader community? And how do you incorporate those external perspectives into your decision-making process?
It's amazing. If you spend enough time in the community, you get plenty of suggestions of things that could go better, could, have gone wrong in the past. How are you going to make it different? If you could see my text messages, and it's usually as I'm leaving an event, I'm text messaging somebody on our team to say, hey, I'm hearing that we're not here, we're not doing this, or here's an opportunity, here, let me connect you with folks. And so, part of my job, I even feel like, is really just going out and representing in spaces that sometimes the university hasn't been involved in. Like I said, the MLK parade. It was amazing meeting, both entrepreneurs, people that we could think about ways in which we could have new internships working with their businesses that were represented there. There's always those kinds of opportunities once you go out in the community, and so it's the reason why I try to do as much as I can, and then it's usually, you'll actually catch me too, I 99% of the time do not have business cards. I just say write at president@unlv.edu. You may remember that better than you'll find a card. But for me, I take their cards, and typically at night, what I try to do is to just write an electronic connection so that they know that there's always at least one person at the university that you can connect with. Our faculty over the years have made lots of community connections. And I think that this is rightfully so. They are not housed in just one area. They're not housed by just one person. I mean, it's amazing how many different connections with different organizations across the board that our faculty and our leadership have done. And so I'm just a little piece of it that just, I try to be the little supercharger. Like, yes, you're working with junior achievement, which I am a huge fan of junior achievement. Well, that parallels very well with what we've been doing relative to financial literacy and wellness. And so I help to supercharge that connection between those two. So that's just an example of how I try to do those community connections when I have the opportunity.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford. Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. Hello, President Whitfield. I have a couple of items. Based on the IDEA committee's work, some of the work they want to work on, not UNLV specifically, but as a system as a whole, is retention of, and I was hoping he was going to get his snacks. Boylan was going to get his snacks during this time, but I'm going to say in front of him, retention of faculty of color. What are you doing in regard to that space?
So a couple of things. The first thing was to look at our data. One of the things that I hear from lots of our faculty and staff is that we've just been bleeding faculty of color, that they've been just leaving in droves. And so I wanted to make sure that that was true, because sometimes what happens is that when you have a group, a specialty, whatever, and there's only like one or two people, if you lose one, it's like, oh my gosh, everything's, going downhill, and you've got to actually get the numbers. We have lost faculty of color, but not at much higher rate than we've lost any other faculty. And so the question then is I think sometimes it's behind what people ascribe as the reason why we're losing minority faculty. And I think that comes back to this idea of culture, of having a place where people are actually rewarded, made it known that you're supposed to be inclusive and belonging in terms of that space. So that's one place. Part of this too is that it's two sides of the same coin. There are issues that go along with actually trying to keep our minority classified staff others, and then there's another issue relative to our tenure track faculty. One of the things that you'll see in terms of our distribution even of minority faculty is that when you look at the total number, we're low, but it's not, anemic. But when you break it into faculty and tenure track and other, that's when you see that we've really got a long way to go relative to getting minority faculty. So I'm trying to make sure I get to your question. you're talking about retention, and retention is one where we're talking to leaders, thinking
Retention,
about ways in which, through the provost office, we can make sure that we continue to train up, because it is about continuous improvement, train up our faculty to make sure that they're being very thoughtful, and supportive of those faculty when they come in, making sure that they have what they need to have. But we also try to encourage them to connect with affinity groups, which we have here, to make sure that they actually feel like there is a community of scholars that they may share, at one perspective with, at least, in terms of being a minority faculty. The last thing I'd add is that one of the things that I had us do was to join the HSRU, the Hispanic Serving Research Universities. That's a group of 21 universities, and the main job or challenge for that group is to try to figure out how we can increase diversity of Hispanic students coming into academia. I try to have this conversation. I'll have it over and over and over again. I don't know if people think that, maybe somehow it's trying to make excuses for things, but there's a national problem with trying to be able to recruit and retain minority faculty. This is not just a UNLV issue. It's not just a Nevada issue. But there are things that we're working on that are ways in which you can actually improve and increase. Like I said, connecting with affinity groups, making sure that leadership actually values those individuals. We should value anybody that we bring in that's new, because what we're going to do is we're going to invest in them, and we don't want to lose that investment, so we want to actually retain them. It's also through supporting and encouraging some of those groups to make sure that they're reaching out to their faculty if they know folks that aren't participating in some of their things, making sure that they don't feel isolated here. Because that's one of the reasons why you'll actually not be able to retain minority faculty, is the feeling of isolation. When you're the only one that's in your department or the only one that's in your college sometimes, that can be something that is perceived very, very negatively. While in this last hiring session, I think we had, I forgot how many we had. We significantly increased the number of Hispanic faculty that we had. The next question is how are we going to try to make sure that we keep them? And it's through support. It's through making sure that we hear them, both at the department level, who are there, that's the first line of defense, all the way up through the leadership of the university. It is a priority that we'll continue to work on.
Okay, great. And so that's why I suggested earlier for the data dashboard to have that retention piece. And then one other recommendation that I'd just like to share with you for a system as a whole, but that you can focus on as a president, is also filling those spaces with open searches rather than appointments. And then it was nice seeing you at the MLK parade, largest parade ever. We had 125 floats. You were number 15. I was 125. It was nice to see you as I walked miles. Must be nice to have those perks. But I just want to tell you, I got some.
It's Vegas.
I got some
that.
perks too. I have my UNR parking tickets right here that I'm going to drop off with presents. But last but not least, I know we did talk about this a while ago, but over 20 years ago, when I stepped foot on this campus, we also opened up the Cognition and Aging Laboratory under, I think it was Professor Kemptis, if I remember correctly. And I used to work in that space, so it's really cool to sit here now as a regent, as a first-generation high school and college graduate, under a president that has that cognition and aging background, cognitive psychology. So everything kind of comes full circle. So sorry, I was going to end with that. That was nice. But there was something in addition. I did have a student that wrote me and said that he struggled really finding his place at another university that's not here. And he said, "You might have remembered me from Hispanic Heritage Month." And I mentioned, my struggles. I'm writing you today to speak indirectly of the performances by President Whitfield and the impact his leadership has had on me. Ever since transferring over to UNLV, I felt the energy of a vibrant campus filled with rich students and staff that has made my stay here pleasant. I'm not only a student, but I also have an active presence in various UNLV spaces, included first-gen spaces, new student initiatives, and diversity events. So far, all of these areas of student life have not only been fulfilling, but has also pushed outward in the hopes of benefiting more students. As a result, many students that I've come across feel welcomed, well-suited, and loved on the UNLV campus. I usually don't take the time to write about a president's performance, but I think it's crucial that current leadership continues to strive in their current endeavors. And for the sake of our diverse community, I believe that it is the correct decision to keep President Whitfield. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford. I have a few comments for you, President Whitfield. First, this is your first presidency, correct? Yes. So congratulations. I mean, you have done a wonderful job during your time at UNLV, and I have to commend you for that. And I will say also that I think you came in, you came to UNLV at a very difficult time, obviously, and you've had some difficult times since, and you've handled them extraordinarily well. I would also say that no president is out there on their own. At the end of the day, you're the one that's making the decisions, and I know that can be lonely sometimes, but I also think you have an extraordinary executive team behind you who has helped you to do the best that you have done. And so I do want to give some kudos to them as well, as I'm sure that you have. It sounds like you have a great team who rallies around you and who work very well together. And so I think that I just wanted to recognize that aspect. I did want to say that when I was going through your self-evaluation, and then it was also included in the recommendation, or not the recommendations, but the evaluation from the committee. The financial assessment of UNLV was not, I didn't feel very comfortable with that, and I appreciate that you provided the supplemental material to us as well, because I think that added a little bit more to the narrative on what you've done at your time at UNLV in terms of the financial assessment. And I want to give you kudos. You have taken a master plan and a vision, and you have turned that into something tangible in terms of where you see UNLV as a community, an actual place going. And so I think you've done a great job with that. But I would say that maybe the financial assessment part of the evaluation was lacking just a little bit, I would say. But overall, I think that you have done an extraordinary job during your time as president, and I'm proud to support your continuing tenure at UNLV. But I will say that I support also the recommendations that have been provided by the chancellor and our consultant. But overall, I want to commend you on your work at UNLV, and you have really done an excellent job at bringing UNLV to that next level. And so congratulations on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. I know it's not agendized, so I don't want to say it, but I think particularly between President Acharya and I, if we can, for anybody coming after us, to have another level of specificity. And, it's been a while, and you all really did take on trying to redo the evaluation. But there was some specifics that were missing about what you actually wanted to see, because you can actually, I took a look at his and then I took a look at mine, and I said, yeah, they overlap about this much, but then his had this much unique and mine was this much unique. And so if we can be able to provide clarity about just what's needed so we can get to the point and get out, because I've got a brand new CFO boy who's just chomping at the bit on everything, and he's given me two completely different additional analyses of how you could look at it. And so I think for the sake particularly of this task, that would be beneficial. If there's any follow-up, we can add some detail. I want to add just two things to what you already said. One is that I do find it fascinating that everybody talks about how lonely the presidency is. And I think maybe it's because I try to do so much stuff in the community. I'm never alone. I always have somebody that I can be hanging out with, but honestly, and there's lots of other issues around this, but as a system, I have these other presidents that are absolutely amazing. Think about it, my colleague at the end of that table. We're trying to break the notion that somehow there can only be a north and a south in the state rather than a state. And we have been able to work together. He's solved problems for me. I hope that I've solved a couple of problems for him that happen in the local area, but what's happened in the past. I think the $160 million grant shows you the power of when we work together. I have great colleagues. I have colleagues at the community colleges where we're talking about how we can actually make it better and easier for those students who are interested in transferring to transfer. So I don't know, the isolation between these guys and my dog, I don't have any time for anything else. I don't think that it's as lonely as people think. The second piece is that you're exactly right. For an institution that basically oversees about 35,000 people, it is not done by one person. That's another thing about the review that I don't know how to change this, but I started mine collecting information in April. And it's because as we were just slowly going through, we knew it was going to happen sometime, didn't know when. But we had to go back and forth because I didn't feel comfortable saying that I had done something if I'm supporting something that already had momentum or I'm helping something that had momentum. I don't feel comfortable taking it myself. Now, I'll take the blame for it when it's not working. But that's one of the things that sometimes is difficult and hard, but it makes it much easier because, again, I make it extremely important that my team try to take vacations, and I am very transparent. It's because I'm going to work you to death. So you should take your vacation. It's good for you. And I think that everybody after the first year really got that I really actually did mean that. I was going to try to work you to death. But they have met the challenge when I have challenged them to be innovative and to never, ever say, what's a reason why we're doing something? It's just because we've always done it that way. We don't do that anymore. I don't know if we did it before, but we don't do that. And so, through that evaluation, it's probably all the good stuff you saw anyway. It's not me. It's me being able to try to lead a talented group of people that also work together as a team. It's usually never just one mind. If you look at all of my text, there's multiple people on almost every single one of them because that's just the way we communicate. So thank you for that point that it is much, the teamwork makes the dream work is very true.
I agree with that. Okay, so Regent Brown, one last little thing.
If you insist. Regent Brown for the record. I actually wanted to push back a little bit. The last comment you made on my question, I wanted to give my colleagues some time, but when it comes to like being in the community, and I read the contract, there's 9 duties as outlined. Community engagement is one of them, but I don't think that they're all equal percentage-wise. In your mind, what is community engagement? What percentage of your job is that?
Probably, it's not isolated, but if I was going to try to take a look at it and see, I'd probably say 20%. I'd put another 20% around innovation. I put another 20% around faculty and staff. I put another 20% around student success. And again, some of those so interact with one another. It's not a pure, but it's at least a fifth of the time. As a public institution president versus a private one, they wouldn't spend 80% of their time in the community. They'd spend 80% of their time with donors. And so as a public university president, it's like 20%, but it's when we're doing the academic stuff, it's usually got some kind of tie externally. I'll give you an example, has been the work that Dean Danica Hayes has done. So when I go and meet with Jara, it's to lay the groundwork for her to come in and do what she does. And so there's a portion of mine that may be 20% of my time, but hopefully it has maybe 40 to 50% effect. That the things that we're doing ultimately, it's me to get started. I'm the pretty face that goes out and tries to get us started, and to even for entities within the community that maybe they had a bad experience or maybe they hadn't worked with the university for years. That's why I like to do is to show up, get connected, get them connected with people that are the frontline people, and to make that additional connection for the university. The other part that makes it difficult about trying to answer your question is that I don't get to sit over everything that I do. It's like, 1,000 flowers bloom kind of thing. You try to go to anything and everything and talk to everybody. I don't think I've ever left maybe a couple of community things early because you get caught on the way out. But those are all opportunities that we just try to foster.
Thank you. And the reason why I kind of get on that is because, obviously our largest institution in the state, the staple and flagship for here in the South. And you mentioned like you grab cards and you try and write them afterwards. I just want to share that actually wasn't my personal experience before I became a regent. I was working with the state AG, and we had allocated some money for both UNR and UNLV for the talent retention program. And I was really excited to come up and tell you about it, and you kept pushing me off to Bo, which is fine, right? You're a busy man. But honestly, that was a major motivator, and to be fair, I also tried to speak with President Sandoval, and that didn't happen. So, but I'll be honest, this was a major motivator for me being here in this seat today, because I do think it's important to be engaging with the community. So I hope that is actually happening. I hope that, cards are being collected and follow up appropriately. And you certainly can't do it all. I hope, you're farming it off to people in your institution. But I do think that I would argue, and you answered it, 20%, but with a 50% ROI. And I would agree with that. So thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this time, I will entertain a motion once again. I will frame this motion. I will entertain a motion to include the acceptance of the report that has been presented today, and also include any direction that Regents have given. Do I have a motion?
So moved. I don't want to take this.
Oh, so I have a motion from Vice Chair Downs. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm not, sorry. Thank you. Second from Regent Cruz Crawford. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, I'd like to go to item number 11, honoring the life and legacy of Regent Emeritus Jason Geddes, PhD. The first item, item A, is Distinguished Nevadan Award for possible action. I would like to read the certificate of appreciation that was given to Regent Geddes after his time on the board. Whereas Jason Geddes has served as the Nevada System of Higher Education in the state of Nevada with distinction and excellence as a member of the Board of Regents from 2006 to 2022, and whereas Jason Geddes earned a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry and a Doctor of Philosophy in Environmental Sciences and Health from the University of Nevada, Reno, held several leadership roles with the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, and was the recipient of numerous awards, including the Board of Regents Outstanding Student Award, Board of Regents Scholar Award, National Graduate Student Award for Outstanding Achievement in Environmental Chemistry, and the University of Nevada, Reno Outstanding Young Alumni Award. And whereas Jason Geddes is among the longest-serving members in the history of the Board of Regents, having dedicated more than 16 years to improving the lives of Nevadans by supporting and promoting access to high-quality instructional programs, innovative research, and scholarship activities, and enriching cultural experiences. And whereas Jason Geddes was elected to serve 3 terms as chairman of the Board of Regents from 2011 to 2013, to 2019 to 2020, and 5 terms as vice chairman of the Board of Regents from 2008 to 2011 and 2017 to 2019. And whereas Jason Geddes was appointed to serve as chairman of the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, Research and Economic Development Committee, Investment Committee, Athletics Committee, Committee on Institutional Service Areas, and DRI President Search Committee, and as Vice Chairman of the Community College Committee, Health Sciences System Committee, and Security Committee, and has served as a member of various other standing and special committees of the board. And whereas Jason Geddes was appointed by Governor Steve Sisolak to serve as a member of the Education Commission of the States for the state of Nevada, and whereas Jason Geddes supported the adoption of numerous academic policies that support student access and success, including policies on transfer and articulation and co-requisite instruction, and whereas Jason Geddes was instrumental in establishing Nevada's first state-supported need-based financial aid program, the Silver State Opportunity Grant, and whereas Jason Geddes has devoted his time, energy, and talents to the Nevada system of higher education, providing a wealth of experience and sound judgment, serving as a friend and mentor to many, and contributing to the betterment of the state of Nevada and its citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents does hereby extend its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Jason Geddes for his exemplary leadership and service given to the Nevada system of higher education and the state of Nevada as a member of the Board of Regents. And this was given to him as a certificate of appreciation on December 2nd, 2022. And this is the backup material to support his his posthumous Distinguished Nevadan Award. As chair, I was truly honored to be able to bring this forward on behalf of the Board of Regents for your consideration as a Distinguished Nevadan. And I'd like to take both of these together if that's okay. And for item B, I'd like to say that at the request of Regent Joe Ariscata, Byron Brooks, and Stephanie Goodman, the board will also consider approval of a revision to the board policy providing that the Nevada Regents Rising Researcher Awards granted shall be referred to as the Jason Geddes Rising Researcher Award. And for this, I'd like to hand it over to any of these 3 fine regents who brought this forward to us to make a few comments. Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. What I would say is that former Regent Dr. Jason Geddes was a colleague and a friend. Last year, he was awarded the title of Regent Emeritus for his 16 years of service to higher education. This is a fitting tribute to his contributions to higher education in the state of Nevada. Dr. Geddes has a longstanding commitment to higher education and was instrumental in shaping policies that support research and academic excellence. By naming the award after him, we honor his memory and dedication and hopefully encourage others to follow in his footsteps. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those remarks, Regent Brooks. Did anyone else like to make any comments? Regent Ariscata, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As Regent Brooks just identified, that in September when Regent Geddes reluctantly accepted the Regent Emeritus status, he asked myself and Regent Brooks not to make a big production. Don't say anything. When he walks up, he wants to say thank you, turn around and walk away. That was Jason. Born and raised in Winnemucca. Raised in Gabbs. Gabbs about 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes southwest of Reno. we, City of Reno, took the kid out of Gabs, but we never took Gabs out of the kid. I remember Jason sitting next to me up here, fondly talking about the Tiobe Mountain Range, which is just right there adjacent to Gabs. And he loved Nevada. He loved Nevada. I was also honored to attend college with him here at the University of Nevada, Reno, when he was ASUN president. He bled the silver, the blue. He did everything he could to advance Nevada, not just the North, but the entire state of Nevada. And I'm honored to provide this opportunity to memorialize Jason and our friend Regent Geddes. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. All right, at this, oh, please, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just wanted to say that to name the Regent Rising Researcher Award is so appropriate. Jason was all about research. He loved his job as a chemist and an environmentalist. And, you know, I like to go to lots of events. And I got on the board in 2017. And for 5 years, I went. And every year, Jason got to give the award at DRI. So Jason, of course, was off the board last year. And so I went to the ceremony, and guess what? I got to give the award. And I teased and joked with Dr. Kamud and his group, just saying it took Jason, you know, getting off the board for me to finally give this award, because it's really an important award. I mean, it's the heart of what DRI does. But yeah, he was just so generous with his time. When I first was on the board, he just reached out, and I've always said we could use mentors as regents because there is just so much information to learn. And he was a file cabinet, honestly. I mean, I could call him on political things, on detailed things, and he knew the answer. I mean, he didn't even have to go look it up. I mean, what a resource we've lost. And it's really sad that it had to end that way at such a young age. And he will be forever missed. I mean, he was probably the best regent I ever worked with. So all these awards that we're giving today are, I don't know if Cindy and Joe are watching, but wow. Oh, your heart's got to be heavy. Mine still is. So thank you for offering these awards for him today.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to say, I mean, Jason's passing is a loss to us all. He was a very big member of the board for much of my time in NSHE. I often go to him to talk about issues that may come up. But also it's a loss for us personally in the neighborhood. So we lost him, lost a neighbor, lost a friend. And I think this is a great honor that we could do for him to keep his memory going. So I thank you guys for bringing this forward.
Thank you. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to accept the nomination for Regent Emeritus Jason Geddes, PhD, for a Distinguished Nevadan Award, and also for the handbook revision, changing the name to the Jason Geddes Rising Researcher Award. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make the first one. So moved. I'll make the motion as a.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. Is there,
second.
and I'll have a second from Regent Downs. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. In the continuing to consider time, I'd like to just move on to item number 17. Yes, Regent Boylan?
If I could ask Council Wixby a quick question, please.
Oh,
It's
okay.
got to do with the changing of the code. Isn't that in our bylaws, et cetera, that we have to have 2/3 of the regions to vote to make any code changes?
Yep, Michael Wixon for the record. You have to have 2/3 of the board to make changes to the bylaws. To the code, it's a simple majority.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we will move on to item number 17, Personnel Session Periodic Evaluation for President Kamudacharya, DRI. What's that? I guess before we go there, I'm being requested to have just a quick break. So let's do a 5-minute break. Thank you. All right, let's get started. Item number 17, Personnel Session Periodic Evaluation for President Kamudacharya with DRI. Chancellor Charlton.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, and President Acharya, and participants today. So to just, I'm not going to repeat the process. The process has been consistent between the two presidents for this process. And again, just because of, I think, the transition, and then also looking at the contract timeframe of September, we did move quite aggressively on this process and want to give acknowledgement and a huge amount of appreciation and thank you to the members of the committee. With that, as I mentioned earlier, under the policy, if we have multiple evaluations of periodic evaluations for presidents in one academic year, policy states that for consistency purposes, we utilize the same external consultant if one is going to be used in light of the volume. Having three presidential evaluations, I did take that opportunity, and so I'd like to bring Lori Perdue to the podium to present the committee's report for President Acharya.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me back, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Board of Regents, Presidents, Chancellor. Again, I'm Lori Perdue, and I served as the external consultant to support the evaluation committee and facilitate the periodic presidential evaluation for Dr. Acharya, President of DRI. I aim today to provide an overview of the evaluation process, how the information and feedback were gathered, and a summary of the evaluation committee's position regarding the 9 NSHE established performance criteria. The periodic presidential evaluation process began with the Chancellor assembling the evaluation committee, which included the Chancellor, Tina Quigley, CEO of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, Robert Gagosian, former DRI acting president and DRI Foundation board member, Stephanie Cruz, DRI Foundation board member, and J.D. Lancaster, DRI faculty senate chair and assistant research scientist. Also in attendance at each meeting were Sherry Olson, Director of Human Resources, and Stephanie Flatt, Human Resources Support for NSHE. And again, they did a phenomenal job in the expedited timeframes, keeping us on track and making sure we stayed within policy. The evaluation committee first met on October 13th, 2023. The committee reviewed the process, the timelines required for the evaluation, and at that point, they had access to President Acharya's self-evaluation report. On October 26, 2023, President Acharya met with the evaluation committee, presented his self-evaluation report, and the committee had an opportunity to ask questions for clarification of the president. Following that meeting, the committee worked together to create a series of questions that would be used in the upcoming stakeholder interviews and the open forum meeting. Between October 30th and November 17th, the evaluation committee conducted 33 interviews with President Acharya's direct reports, community members, NSHE presidents, DRI administrators, DRI faculty members, and NSHE cabinet members. On November 9th, the open forum was held at DRI in Las Vegas with a live feed to the Reno campus for faculty, administration, classified employees to share their feedback. There was approximately 60 people in attendance. The interview and open forum session stakeholders weighed in and on the following areas of President Acharya's performance in his first term: the president's ability and performance as a change agent, the president's involvement in the community, the effectiveness of the president's communication internally and externally, the morale and campus climate under his leadership, if the president had worked to foster a diverse and inclusive environment at DRI, and overall performance and impact on DRI under his leadership. The evaluation committee reconvened to synthesize all the information that was gathered and create a summary report for the president. The summary included diverse perspectives and input from stakeholders' interviews, the open forum meeting. The findings were presented to President Acharya by the evaluation committee on November 27th. During this time, the 49-question faculty survey was also deployed to 192 faculty members with a 30% response rate. 57 faculty responded, and the survey results were reviewed in a meeting with the Chancellor and President Acharya and are reflected in the final report. The full evaluation committee met with President Acharya twice throughout the process. The Chancellor and I met with President Acharya 3 times, and the Chancellor had additional meetings with President Acharya reviewing the faculty survey. The evaluation committee committed a great deal of time and effort to perform their duties, create meaningful feedback for President Acharya, and provide information that would shape the final report for the Board of Regents. I'd like to publicly thank them for their participation in this important process. Now that you have an idea of the process, we're going to walk through each of the criteria and highlight the elements that demonstrated President Acharya's fulfillment of expectations in his first term. Criteria 1, progress on meeting previously established goals of the president, including any relevant data. President Acharya focused efforts in 3 specific areas. First, establishing solid philanthropic infrastructure to foster research growth, increasing philanthropic support 25% year over year. His investment and reimagination of the Office of Advancement resulted in a 96.4% increase in annual fundraising, from an average of $829,000 to $1.6 million. He continued work on the institutional research program, which in the last 2 years created $22 million in additional federal and state research dollars for new program growth. And additionally, President Acharya strategically grew and diversified the DRI Research Foundation, and those efforts have resulted in 100% of board giving for the first time ever. His second area of focus was to have at least one highly visible, successful inter-institutional research collaboration. He actually was able to fulfill 4 inter-institutional collaborations during his first term. All 4 are detailed in the final report, but it's beyond noteworthy to mention that DRI participated in the National Science Foundation Regional Innovation Engines Program application in collaboration with UNLV, University of Nevada, Reno, ASU, and University of Utah. At the time the report was written, they had made it to one of the top 16 finalists. And since the report, the $160 million of NSF funds was awarded to this group. Congratulations to all. Progress in the development, the third thing was the progress in development of the DRI Research Park. This work has been going on for 30 years, and President Acharya has made impactful movement in his first term by subleasing a 2.75 parcel of land, opening the door for further subleasing opportunities, impactful partnerships statewide, and revenue generation for DRI. Criteria 2. An assessment of the institution's advancement of goals outlined in the institution's strategic plan under the president's stewardship, including the following. Again, there's 3 areas. We grouped together A and B. An assessment of the institutional initiatives designed to support the institutional strategic plan, and a review of the institutional metrics established to measure progress towards the achievement of goals outlined in the institutional strategic plan pursuant to Title IV, Chapter 14 of the Board Handbook. President Acharya focused on 3 priorities as outlined in the DRI 2020 to 2025 strategic plan: optimizing performance, elevating awareness, and cultivating engagement. He led efforts of improvement in each of these 3 areas. Under optimizing performance, he implemented a data-driven approach to tracking proposals and optimized collaboration of administrative units to improve proposal success rates from 57% to 71% from 2020 to 2022. Stakeholders supported this effort by expressing in the survey and interviews that they were encouraged to collaborate and now felt that they were part of the larger mission of the organization, not just their divisions. He also invested in improving overall organizational efficiencies that freed up time for divisional directors to do intentional strategic planning and team building, which had not previously occurred at DRI. In the second area of elevating awareness, President Acharya successfully took a multifaceted approach to elevate awareness for DRI. He invested in internal training and professional development, and he built and upskilled his internal team to communicate the message of DRI, increased media outreach and coverage, and he grew engagement with community and legislative leaders. His comprehensive approach increased DRI's visibility in various communities. It fostered pride and belonging and contribution to the collective mission of DRI for faculty, staff, and administrators. The third area of cultivating engagement. Along with the work already mentioned under his leadership, DRI hosted lecture series, conducted increased number of media interviews given by the president and by faculty, as well as increased contribution to local and national news stories and publications. In the third area of Criterion 2, assessment of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in support of the institutional strategic plan and the board's strategic goals. Multiple initiatives were implemented under President Acharya's leadership to support and promote DE&I at DRI. That was a tongue twister, I knew it was going to be. 79% of the survey respondents agreed that President Acharya promotes a positive stance towards diversity in his hiring, promoting, and managing personnel. Initiatives include implementation of the DRI Idea Committee, creation of an immersion internship program, DRI Graduate Research Assistantship Award, and the improved onboarding for early career scientists. We feel that Criterion 2, all three areas were definitely met. Criteria 3, an assessment of the degree to which the president's goals have been aligned with the goals of the board, the institution's strategic plan, and the goals of the state. Even though DRI is not a degree-granting institution with traditional students, President Acharya led efforts to align with the goals of the board for supporting student success in the following ways. First, expansion of the water resource management program with UNLV, building and expanding the research immersion program, bringing community college and Nevada State University students to DRI for paid internship opportunities, involvement in workforce development initiatives that will positively impact our emerging workforce throughout the state of Nevada, ongoing support of 2 University of Nevada, Reno's graduate programs that are directed by DRI faculty. These initiatives proved the criteria was met and the unique assets of DRI are being leveraged to support student success throughout the state of Nevada. Criteria 4, an assessment of overall academic quality of the institution. Academic quality at DRI is measured by the quality of research that's done, and it's measured in multiple ways. Multiple examples of this were provided by Dr. Acharya, including first, DRI's Scopus H index of 133 across 3,055 publications. That means that among those 3,055 articles, there are at least 133 of them that have been cited 133 times or more. This suggests a significant impact within the field, as it indicates a considerable number of highly cited papers. This level of impact underscores the quality, the relevance, and the contribution of DRI's research output and consistent dedication to producing impactful, influential research. DRI is also home to 8 of the top 2% of scientists in the world per the Stanford ranking, and this is 4 times the average expected of 2%. DRI ranks in the top 10% of federal research-funded institutions in terms of funding in areas of geosciences, and the top 6 of institutions in atmospheric sciences, according to the Higher Education Research Development Survey. These outcomes reflect a strong record of impactful research outcomes from DRI. Criteria 5, an assessment of the financial status of the institution. President Acharya's leadership has had a profound effect on the financial status of DRI. He was innovative and has been able to create substantial financial growth in external funding. He adopted a conservative budgeting approach and was influential in the 2023 legislative session. Prior to his leadership, DRI averaged $31 million in contract and grant awards. In fiscal year 23, the result was an increase to $47 million. Fiscal 24 data shows that DRI has already exceeded fiscal year 23 totals with $52 million collected this year, and there's still 4 months to go. President Acharya was also instrumental in the funding formula change with the 2023 legislative session. His efforts have provided staff, faculty, and administration with a sense of security and an optimistic outlook for the future of DRI. Criteria 6. An assessment of the challenges and opportunities facing the institution. President Acharya provided a thoughtful assessment of challenges and opportunities facing DRI as evaluated under Criterion 6. His achievements during his first term have indeed laid a solid foundation for the institution to address the challenges and leverage the opportunities for further advancement. The challenges are political uncertainty nationally could impact funding, continued challenge of retaining and attracting top talent due to the rise of cost of living in our community, an economic slowdown or recession, low support for the NSHE budget in the state could create financial constraints. The opportunities identified are room for continued growth of grants and contracts for new areas of research, identifying new and unique areas of research for DRI, partnership opportunities with DRI Research Park, the DRI Research Park presents, maximizing the impact of the Knowledge Fund funding from GOED, growth in STEM education and robotics, growth opportunities with the new programs with the DOE, and growth opportunities with DRI's Western Regional Climate Center. Overall, President Acharya's recognition and understanding of the challenges and opportunities demonstrate his initiative-taking approach to strategic planning and his commitment to positioning DRI for continued success and growth. Criteria 7, an assessment of the President's relationships with the board, institutional leadership, faculty, and other key stakeholders. The committee did a thorough assessment of President Acharya's relationship with key stakeholders as evaluated in Criteria 7. His dedication and strong relationships building skills were highlighted through the feedback gathered by the evaluation committee, and his strategic efforts were acknowledged by community leaders and all stakeholders. He was described and observed having strong impact and influence with state legislators, the Nevada delegation, EDON, the LVGEA, the Vegas Chamber, and the Board of Regents. 97% of survey respondents agreed that Dr. Acharya works effectively with the Office of the Chancellor and the Board of Regents on behalf of DRI and the system. This is an area the committee felt that President Acharya really excelled in and can be leveraged for future growth of DRI, the economic development of the state, and the NSHE system. Criteria 8. The identification of any professional development the President wishes to pursue. President Acharya would like to participate in local and national research forums, symposiums, and workshops that allow him to maintain his scientific credentials and keep him up to date on topics and science relevant to DRI. He's also expressed becoming a better communicator and leader through mentorship and coaching. Criteria 9. Goals the President proposes for themselves over the course of the next year or contract period as appropriate. The goals that he laid out focused on increased funding, new partnership creation through the DRI Research Park, stronger federal partnerships, leveraging opportunities to monetize and commercialize products and services, and exploring new ways to collaborate with the NSHE institutions. These goals and foresight demonstrate that Dr. Acharya's innovative leadership style and dedication to the continued growth and success of the institution is evident. Opportunities for development. The committee also identified 4 areas of opportunity to help Dr. Acharya continue to grow and develop as the president of DRI. These opportunities were shared with him in the second meeting with the committee. The committee suggests that Dr. Acharya continue with the communications coaching that he's currently participating in to further develop his presence and influence in the unique role he has within NSHE. His voice carries tremendous weight, and he can leverage that to create more positive change for the NSHE system and impact for DRI with community leaders and legislators. The committee suggests that Dr. Acharya create a strategic plan to invest in targeted interests and segments of our community. The committee also suggests that Dr. Acharya continue to be innovative and visionary and to continue to drive the mission of DRI in new ways. Don't play it safe. Fourth, based on the faculty survey results, there's opportunity to explore additional opportunities to collaborate with the other NSHE institutions to identify additional vehicles to share resources and costs for DRI faculty to teach classes at other NSHE campuses. The committee witnessed overwhelming support for Dr. Acharya's leadership as the president of DRI by internal and external stakeholders. We feel it's very important to highlight some of this feedback to the board. As a leader, Dr. Acharya was described as the following: a change agent, successfully and strategically engaged in the community, an effective internal and external communicator, a promoter of DE&I, an approachable, engaged, thoughtful leader. And additionally, there was positive feedback about the campus culture and climate that is noteworthy. Sentiments are that it's an exciting time to be part of DRI. Staff, faculty, and administration feel that they are part of a bigger mission at DRI, not just their own work. There's a new confidence that investments are being made with a science-first strategy. Relationships between faculty and administration are positive. There are connections, collaborations, and relationships being built on campus like never before. Administration and faculty feel valued. It's the position of the evaluation committee that Dr. Acharya's contract be renewed for an additional term so he can continue the strong work he has started at DRI, and under his leadership, the institution can continue to grow, expand awareness for science and research in our community and nationally, and produce important research outcomes. Dr. Acharya can continue to be an increasingly important leader, contributing to the innovation and impact of the Nevada system of higher education.
Thank you, Lori. For members of the board, again, we also wanted to just acknowledge the hard work of the committee. They moved in a very aggressive timeframe, and then also all of the external participants, all of the faculty and researchers at DRI for their participation along the way. And then also, as you see in the materials, the committee unanimously supported your work in continuing his contract. So with that, are there any questions for myself, Lori, or we can turn it to the president?
So at this time, I'll open it up for comments or questions. Regent Boylan, did you have a question? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Firstly, I'd have to say I've always found it very helpful talking to Dr. Acharya and the great work DRI is doing. I have one question, and that is the consultant mentioned that you were getting students from Nevada State College and giving them work, what's that called? You're getting students? Internship, thank you. So now, do you do that with CSN also? And do you do that in the North too, with this community colleges and the university? You know, I love that, but that's just what I needed to ask you. Tell us more about it if you can, please.
Kubur Acharya, President of DRI. Thank you, Regent Boylan. Yes, we do. Two ways we support students. One way, we have graduate students that come from either UNLV and UNR. They get funding from DRI as a GA, graduate assistantship, and they support research at DRI while they're getting either their master's or PhD degree at one of those two institutions. We also have internship opportunities at DRI. One is annually we do this undergraduate research internship we started about 4 years ago to attract students from community colleges in both North and South, as well as Nevada State University. Our interest is to see if we can attract non-STEM major students and get them, give them some exposure of science so that hopefully they'll get into STEM education, that will help them in the future. That was the intent of attracting students to generate more workforce in STEM education sector. And so yes, we're actively recruiting students from all the community colleges, Nevada State University, and that's not the only internship program that DRI has. We have other internship opportunities as well, both North and South.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya. And just to be fair, I'm going to say, yeah, please stay with us also, like I said to Dr. Whitfield. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Regent Goodman?
Thank you, Dr. Acharya. I just have to say that you're just heading up this little gem that nobody knows about, and you've done a great job. I remember when I first met with you, and you had all these incredible things that you're doing there, and you've really done a great job of getting the word out there more, which is wonderful. You're incredibly innovative, and you do things like a recovery-friendly workplace. It's just across the board. I'm a huge fan, and I'm grateful that you're here in our system, and you're leading DRI. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Regent Del Carlo next.
Okay, I'm never sure how to do this. Sometimes we make the motion, then discuss. Sometimes we discuss, then make the motion. So I'm going to make a motion first, Madam Chair. My motion is to accept the report of the periodic evaluation of DRI President Kamud Achara as he incorporates the 4 areas of opportunity pointed out in the evaluation so he can continue to grow and develop as a president, whereby enhancing his strong, welcoming, innovative, and appreciated leadership of DRI.
I second that motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo, a second from Regent Goodman. Regent Breger?
No, I get to speak first. I made the motion.
Oh, right, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just even went into my Robert's Rules of Orders to make sure I was doing this right. But I just wanted to say it's different than a brand new president coming in. You were part of DRI for 17 years prior to getting the interim, and I was part of that process when the former chancellor and I went around to the both institutions asking everybody what they wanted, and hands down, they wanted you to be their president. So we went according to code, for some of the regions that maybe weren't here. And a year later, the code says it can be up to 3 years to be interim, but after a year, I mean, you were ready to be the president. And of course, you got an unanimous vote, and you've really changed the culture. And the culture is where it's at. I mean, all that leadership that starts at the top. I've talked to your employees, and they are really happy. It is. Somebody said it's just a great time to be part of DRI, and it's exciting for it. And I just attribute all that to your leadership. So it's really easy to give the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Breger?
Thank you very much. Susan Breger for the record. I really just want to say that when your passion shines wherever you are, but when I came to DRA to do a tour, what I found most impressive was each office that we passed, even if they weren't there, you shared their brilliance and how you felt and how they make the facility everything that it is. And that says a lot about you, that it wasn't about what you did, but it's what everyone that works here does. And that just was very enlightening as to more about your integrity and how humble you were about the rest of the people that work here. So I just found that, and then the way that you feel about not only this campus, but the North Campus. You shared a lot about what they do and how they are. And so that division, when we hear, and it is a North Campus, but it wasn't a division of this does that and I do that and Vegas to the North. And I just feel like the way that you bragged about each of those people and gave them the time to speak with me, I don't even think I have the words that say how incredible that you feel about the people that you have surrounded yourself with and who they've surrounded themselves with. And thank you for being who you are and the integrity that you bring to your position.
Thank you, Regent. Truly appreciate that.
Thank you, Regent Breger. Regent Brown?
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. Similarly to my questions with President Whitfield, I changed it up a little bit because DRI is innovation, so I'm not going to ask you what your innovation futures are. But if you could describe your experience leading the institution in terms of operational changes, personnel management, and community engagement.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Operational changes was a very big deal for us. When I took over DRI, we were not in a very good position. I inherited a budget of nearly $2 million deficit in the year one, so I needed to act very quickly. We had a lot of wastages. We had to cut costs. We had to be more efficient, and so we did all of that, and the first year we actually turned that $2 million deficit into $500,000 surplus by changing their operations. And if you read my report, there are three things that we talked about: increasing efficiency, So that is what changing operation is. I mean, we wanted to be more efficient. We wanted to track our proposal success. We were figuring out how can we change the way that we've done business so that we can be more effective. So we did a lot on operational area. Speaking of engagement, it hurts those of us at DRI to hear that, well, DRI is a best-kept secret. And we're trying to change that narrative by engaging people. That's true, right? I mean, the last 4 years, we feel like we've changed that a lot. I'm out there in the community. I am giving presentations at the county commissions, I'm invited the LVGA board to come to DRI. And every opportunity I get in front of the audience, the community, and then talk about DRI. And that's engaging the community stakeholders so that they all understand the value that we bring to the state, to the community, to the world, the science. And I feel like we've made a lot of progress in the last 4 years, but obviously there's more work to be done in engaging. What was the third one? Oh, personal management goes along with what I said in the beginning, the operational, right? We had to let go a few people. We had to reorganize our internal admin positions. We did a lot of that. And so I feel like right now we're at a very good situation in terms of our personnel. We have a very strong leadership team. And everything I do, I'm representing DRI, but in essence, I have a team behind me that very dedicated and hardworking team that supports me every day, day in and day out.
Well, I think you have 13 advocates up here who definitely do not want to see this as the best kept secret. I think I said that on our first meeting a year ago. And I do think that the more we all get to talk about it, the more we hear from you, the more that you're in the public, you're changing that notion. So I'm happy to be a part of changing that narrative. With that information sharing, how do you actually approach information sharing within the organization? So not externally, but internally.
We have a number of ways. First of all, I started what is called the all-hands meeting so it's quarterly all-hands meeting. Every 3 months, I get in front of the entire DRI, and then we present what's happening, what happened last 3 months, what are the new things, what are the challenges. Not only me, my leadership team, so we do that pretty routine every 3 months. So that is a time for us to get in front of our faculty and staff. We have monthly lab notes that our communications team sends out, so that we collect all the information from different divisions, what new hires, new big project funding, all of that. And so we have a very aggressive approach to communicating internally so that people are in the know. And then every major incident, then I work with my communications team and I send out DRI-wide messages. So we have many different ways we communicate internally. Sometimes I feel like we over-communicate, but I think there's no such thing called over-communicating. So we do that pretty effectively, and I've got a very good communications team led by Tracy Power. Yeah.
And then my last question for you is, how do you ensure that DRI community feel heard, respected, and valued in their interactions with your administration? I know you just said that you had the quarterly meetings. Do you do one-offs? There's so many scientists. I know it's hard, but how?
So thank you for that. When I became president, I decided that I wanted to speak with each and every faculty member. So I started setting meetings, not in like individually, but like separate out, like 3 or 4 people at a time. So I was on a Zoom Teams call with 3 or 4 faculty. I met the entire rank 2, 3s, and 4 faculty members at DRI when I started, because I wanted to talk to each and every individual, and I got feedback from them, and I have notes of all of those my meetings. And I still continue to meet with faculty on a very regular basis. Whenever I get a free time, I walk the halls, stop by faculty offices, chat with them, find out what's going on. And I'm always out there, I'm always in the lobby, you know? That's how I communicate with people. And I think DRI faculty agree with me that I'm probably one of the most approachable people at DRI. They can just walk into my office.
Thank you, and I'll just echo what Regent Brager said. When I also took the tour, not only did you know everyone's name, their subject matter expert, what grants they had, where they were going, what grant they were applying for next. And so it was very impressive, not only to get that knowledge myself, but to know that they have leadership that is so embedded in what they're doing that you can regurgitate that on a tour. Unless it's the same hallway you walk down every time, I don't know. But no, we really do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. President Acharya, I just have a few things. One, many times the numbers just pop out at me, and that Scopus H index, I read it several times and thought this has to be a typo. Because it didn't make sense to me that an article, that 133 articles could be cited 133 times. So I looked it up. I never heard of that before, but I think it might be an interesting, I don't know, index that maybe we can look at for our researchers across the system, and maybe give us some more information about research generally and how it's measured. Because once I looked into it, I was like, okay, I get what this is, but it was something I'd never seen before. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn something new. And that number is a very good number. So congratulations on that. I would echo, I think, what Regent Brager said earlier, and President Whitfield brought this up, that there's this idea of this north-south divide in our state, and you and DRI are positioned so well to help advocate against that and tell the story that this is just not the case. We are one Nevada, and yeah, we have our competitive edge, but overall, in terms of our system, you know, DRI and you especially are the personification of what it means to have one state and do things throughout the state. So I think you've done an excellent job of doing that. And I also want to say that you are always very approachable. I think I've said before also that you might be the best kept secret. I will stop saying that because it's not true. Now when I go to different things, people do understand what you do. I think for those of us who aren't necessarily researchers, what you do and what DRI does can be very intimidating to us. But just like I said earlier today, you also, your people are so good at explaining what you do, and it makes sense to people who don't do this every day. So I think that that's also a testament to your leadership and your communication style. So congratulations on that. I echo what Regent Del Carlo said, that I support this evaluation, including the recommendations, and I'm also very happy that you'll hopefully be here with us for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I know it's getting late, but since these are the first evaluations we've had since, I don't even remember when the last evaluation, can anybody, like maybe 2019, 2020?
Regent Del Carlo since 2020.
Okay, since 2020. So here we are, 2024. And I have to say, with not having your position be permanent. It's going on 2 years, April 1st. I really look at these 8 wonderful presidents. This is one of the most important jobs we do as regents, is to hire the best and the brightest. And I think we've accomplished that over the years. And I really feel you've really held the system together, all 8 of you. And I know there's wonderful relationships amongst you, because I talk to all of you a lot. And I don't feel any animosity. This whole north-south thing, people do like to bring that up, but I really see us collaborating, working together. There is no better example than I mentioned earlier today with the deans of the medical school. I mean, that is just going to benefit Nevada. And, you know, let's keep our rivalries fine on the football and basketball courts and competition in the Mountain West, but it's just wonderful. And, we all get that AGB magazine. One of the latest magazines talked about the values of systemness, and we're a small state, and I think we're nimble. And you guys just talk and collaborate, and it's a wonderful team. So we got good days ahead. So thank you all presidents, for getting us through a really tough last 4 years. You're all appreciated, believe me.
Thank you. So with that, we have a motion from Regent Del Carlo, a second from Regent Goodman. At this time, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Some water. Drink some water. Keep it moist.
Before we recess for the evening, I will just call for public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is no public comment at GBC.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
There is no public comment at the system office in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at DRI? Would you like to make public comment? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Lilach Levaton, and I have a son that graduated actually UNLV in December. I still getting used to that he graduated. And I have one more that actually is right now a freshman in UNLV, and I'm very proud that he's there. It was very smart choice for us to choose UNLV for him. And I'm here actually as a concerned mom, as a concerned actually Jewish mom. And I want to bring some concerns to share with you here. And bear with me, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not used to speak to prestige people as you. And you inspired me today with what I heard here, so thank you for that. Yesterday, a guest lecture class was interrupted by pro-Palestinian protesters using what UNLV called the right for free speech. But by doing so, they took Professor Asaf Peer right for free speech and every other student that chose to attend his lecture about black holes. On top of that, these protests didn't address the topic black holes, but Peer's national origin, which is supposed to be also protected as this free speech. Today, exactly at this time, about in 10 minutes, a guest speaker, Dr. Hatim Bazian, given a lecture at UNLV, a person that promotes BDS, which is banned from public institutions in Nevada. I think we all know that. Just today, I received from different students in UNLV pictures of flyers from around the campus promote anti-Semitism. With the alarming rise of anti-Semitism around the US, I'm asking what exactly is being done to ensure the safety of our Jewish students. Over a year ago, you adopted the IHRA definition for anti-Semitism, and I think this is the right time to start implementing it. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no online callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So at this time, we will recess this meeting until 8:15 tomorrow morning.